Hello, everyone. We're
Hello,
live now.
everyone.
Hello.
Hello, the world.
Just like to welcome Erik to our stream, to our weekly stream, the Asian Movie Enthusiast. Most of you might know him if you subscribe to my channel. You definitely subscribe to Erik's. One of my favorite YouTube channels. I mean, Erik pretty much reviews everything that's Asian, like movies that are 20 years old to like movies that have just been released, which is awesome. Yeah, so it's great to have Erik on the channel.
Oh,
King of the spreadsheets.
King of the spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Needs to see them.
Oh, we got a first comment. What's the topic of discussion today? Today is 5 movies that have influenced us, and we have each come up with a list, which was I found that quite easy this week.
Yeah, it was easier than last week.
Easier than last week. I mean, last week my list's already changed since last week, so we could do that every other week, and it'll probably be different lists. Yeah.
What would have been your top 5 directors, Erik? Just out of curiosity.
In total?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go with Shinya Tsukamoto from Japan.
Legends.
Let's see. I would have to go with. Man, that would be really tough. I like Argento a lot. Dario Argento. He's high on my list. And then I gotta go probably with like a John Carpenter. I love Carpenter.
Yeah.
And then man, that would be 3. I gotta pick a classic. Maybe even like somebody like an Ozu would be up there too, because there isn't a lot from him that I've disliked.
No.
And then what would 5? I'm missing one from the 80s. Carpenter, Argento. Maybe what? I might even go with like a Spielberg or something, just because he's had a nice variety and a lot of big time classics he's made. Just off the top of my head, there's 5.
Graham put him in there.
I bet you after the stream you'd be like, "Oh, I've changed my mind now."
Yeah.
It's so that one was a bit of a difficult one, I'd say. But yeah. Hello, everyone in the chat.
Yeah.
By the way.
Hello to everyone.
Oh, actually, I forgot Hitchcock. I might put Hitchcock in there instead of some. Hitchcock's high.
Yeah.
Always high.
Yeah, he's like God level, isn't he?
Yeah.
Would you put him God level with Kurosawa and Kubrick?
Oh, Hitchcock's real high.
Yeah, he's really high. Because there's God level, isn't there? Which is, there's nothing you can say. Yeah.
So it was, yeah.
Has anyone been watching anything good recently this week?
Too many.
Oh, you're on 2 a day.
2 a day. Yeah. I watched. I finally watched Branded to Kill, which I really loved. Like some of the editing in that is so spot on, and just the hybrid between that and the animation of the butterflies, and I just loved it. It was such a good time. Definitely one of the better ones I'd seen this week. But,
and that got him fired from Nikatsu, which is crazy.
Yeah, I did some. I always do I don't know if you do it, but I always do background reading after I watch the film just to see any problems and stuff directors had, and it's just it's always a lesson. But I'm still trying to get over Days. It's still stuck in my head.
Days. Simon Lang's Days. Have you seen it yet, Erik?
No.
Yeah. It's cool.
It's stuck. Big time.
Branded to Kill is one of my favorite Suzukis. That's by Ed from Elliot. My wife is on here.
She is?
Yesterday. She watched Yesterday.
Oh, I wasn't a fan of Yesterday.
Oh.
I got forced to review that one, and I was just like, I like the Beatles, but I just wasn't too keen. Plus, I don't like Ed Sheeran. But talk about Suzuki though. I really like the Gate of Flesh.
That's my favorite from him.
That was insane. That was it feels on the border of like, you know, B movie, but it's not. I love the set design. The set design is so good on it. It's like just the way they made like this like desolate city with the little seaport and everything. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. It was a lot of fun. But I'm trying to find a Blu-ray of that one, but it seems a bit pricey. I'm staying away. Too many purchases. Premium Blu-rays watched Portrait of a Lady on Fire last night. Oh my, oh my, oh my indeed.
I've not seen it yet, but everyone is raving about it.
It is one of those that, it's free on Mubi right now. Mubi, you can get Mubi for free for like 3 months right now. No payments necessary. So I'd go for it. Andre watched a Japanese film called Hikari's 37 Seconds last night. I really liked it.
Yeah.
I recently watched it myself. It was really good.
I've not seen it.
What is it about?
It's basically about a girl. She's like in her early 20s. She has cerebral palsy. And it's really about her kind of coming of age, actually. It kind of, it seems early on like it might be a little bit raunchy, but it really isn't. It's really heartfelt film. I really enjoyed it.
Is it like a Oasis vibe or a bit different?
Yeah, kind of similar, I would say.
Okay, Andre, that's added to the list now. Thank you very much.
I saw Time to Hunt last night.
Ooh, how's that one?
That was pretty good. I want to put a review up about it. I mean, I'm sure everyone's probably seen it now. It's it's got two of the most up and coming Korean actors in there. It from the start, it looks absolutely stunning. It just looks visually beautiful. I mean, the set design, I don't know how they did that. It didn't even look like Korea. It looked like almost like an industrial Germany. It's so cool, and the soundtrack is brilliant as well.
What did you watch it?
It's on Netflix.
Okay.
It's on Netflix. So I highly recommend it for anyone. I might do a review on it. Yeah.
What have we got? Will Philpin saw Woman in the Dunes.
Oh, brilliant film.
That one is going on my list right now too.
Yeah,
Will is from my area. Like, give me a summary, like what it's about, because I'm intrigued.
A guy goes out. I think he's a geologist, and he goes and visits this desolate town, and he gets trapped in almost like a hole with this woman that's been trapped there pretty much her whole life, and I think he's forced to marry her. I think he's forced to marry her, or he's just forced to live with her and just dig up this hole this whole time. Yeah.
God. Well, it's a 4.4
but
on Letterboxd.
I really enjoyed it. I really loved that.
It's really high on Letterboxd. 4.4 is like, top 1% on Letterboxd, I would say. But wow, okay. I feel like I'm well educated already.
Will says an entomologist.
An insect
entomologist.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's into insects. That's it. Yeah.
Very Japanese. Elliot Cohen. I watched House 2 again. Yes, you can never watch House 2 too many times. Oh, I love that movie so much. There's quite a lot of his movies on the Criterion channel, which I was surprised to see as well. I didn't expect to see that many of his back catalogue on it, but I don't know if it's because he's just passed away, but with good time to go through that back catalogue. Going Fu says, I have seen a few Harrison Ford movies lately. Fugitive, love Fugitive. Clear and Present Danger, but I have been waiting to get into Mickey Rourke movies, if anyone can recommend. Not a big fan of Mickey Rourke, except for The Wrestler and Sin City. Yeah, those are the only. I've never been a fan of him personally, but
didn't he do a film with Brandon Lee and Dolph Lundgren?
That just doesn't shock me to begin with. But
I watched one with Lee and Dolph Lundgren the other day, Showdown in Little Tokyo, but I don't remember Rourke being in that one.
No, it might not.
Maybe they did another one though.
Yeah.
Oh God, Iron Man 2 for Mickey Rourke. Why does everybody that gets like a big Oscar push like go for like really stupid movies like after they get nominated?
He was the villain in Double Team with Van Damme and Rodman too.
Oh my god! Yes, I remember having that. I had that on VHS. Oh, so bad, but so much fun.
Can you imagine being behind the scenes during that film? Like the two weirdest guys. I mean, Jean-Claude Van Damme is just. He's a really nice guy, but I think I can imagine being a bit bonkers. And Rodman is Rodman, Jesus. I mean, he's
North Korean amigo.
Yeah.
Oh god. Who else have we got? Roman says Money. I'm guessing Money is a Rock movie. And then Carl says, watched Satan's Slaves last night. Still digesting. Oh god. I have no clue what Satan's Slaves is.
Might be the Indonesian film.
Is it?
Yeah, it might be. There's a few different Satan Slaves out there. I watched the one from a few years ago, and it was like a good horror film.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Someone says, serious note, Rook is good in Rumblefish.
Rumblefish is like the one everybody talks about him, like before.
Coppola, yeah.
Yeah, but like I think that was before he was. Oh yeah, it's an Indonesian film, Satan's Slave, 2017 horror drama. By Joko Anwar. It's a loose remake of a prequel to a 1980s film of the same name, directed by Sisoro Guatsama Putra. Quite 89% on Rotten Tomatoes. Okay.
Joko Anwar, his best film is a film called The Forbidden Door from 2009, but it's like almost impossible to find now. I'm waiting for somebody to release that one because that one's really good.
All right, shall we start the topic? Or
yeah, who wants to go first?
Well, you're the host, so you go first.
Okay, I'll go first.
Good one.
Okay, first off, this is one of the first films that I got on VHS. It was and it was a film that really introduced me to Asian cinema as well. It's directed by Bruce Lee. It's Way of the Dragon. Most famous for the scene with Chuck Norris. It was the English VHS, so it was obviously dubbed. It was like poorly dubbed. Like there's this whole intro scene which makes no sense with like all these soups that Bruce Lee's drink. Do you know the scene, Erik?
Is it at the airport or something? Or
yeah, it's in the airport. And then, I mean, must have been about 8 at the time, and someone bought it for me. I mean, it was an 18. I mean, my parents didn't really mind me watching like violent movies. My dad used to rent them out all the time. But there was also this scene in it where he follows this girl that he meets, because it's set in Italy, in Rome, and he just follows this girl to her place, and she just walks in naked. Do you remember that scene? And he just runs out the room. But it was a film that introduced me to Asian cinema just because of the great martial arts. I mean, it was the martial arts scene behind in the back of the restaurant is just amazing. It's just those scenes. It was Bruce Lee, one of his finest films. I mean, he didn't make many films, but it's one of his finest. So I got into a lot of martial arts films at that stage, and then I got into anime. And obviously the film that really stuck out for me was Akira, Otomo's film, which is probably like one of the greatest anime movies, like feature-length films. Again, an English dub. But yeah, it was amazing. Everything about it. I mean, it showed this dystopian future of Japan, of Tokyo, Neo Tokyo. And the animation was amazing. It got me into the comic book as well. I mean, the comic book I read afterwards, and I found the comic book to be better than the film. But through that, because I subscribed to this mailing list of this publisher, which was Manga Video, they sent me this leaflet of other Japanese movies, and it was one cover of a VHS movie and a title above it. And this was the first film I watched with subtitles. It was Violent Cop, Takeshi Kitano's, and that was the one that really just blew my mind about like Japanese cinema. I got into Tsukamoto from there. I mean, what can you say about Takeshi Kitano?
That's just like a massive lineage, isn't it? Really,
yeah.
Like, the way that you go, it's such an interesting process how you go from like one VHS and then it just opens up like a massive like world of film.
Yeah,
isn't
and it's because like living in the UK, the only movies that you ever see advertised are obviously mainstream movies, and this was, I had to like really chase these movies up by going, getting onto these mailing lists where they'd send me leaflets because there was no internet back then. So it was there that, I started ordering these online, and we had Virgin Megastore at the time, which was like a big department store for Blu-rays. Well, at the time,
DVDs and VHS,
VHS and posters, music, computer games. And, you had to go into this little section of it, the store, which had a few like martial arts movies and some Japanese movies on VHS. Half of them were all dubbed. I mean, we had no like audio tracks like we do on DVDs. And then a few years down the line, I got my first DVD player, and I got Wong Kar-wai's In the Mood for Love, which, I think that was returning back to Chinese cinema, and, it was released by Tartan Video. I think it was Tartan. Yeah, so, I mean, that opened up to a lot of titles as well. So that is like my fourth film that really like, it was a milestone for me in terms of cinema. And then I got into my first Korean film, which was City of Violence by Ryu Seung-won, which, was just a mad, violent. I mean, those fight scenes in the streets where there's just kids throwing chairs at each other, baseball bats, and it's and then there's this scene where this guy's got, they got their fingers chopped off, and then they're trying to hold a bat. He's sellotaped a bat onto his stump to try and survive this big fight, and that got me into Korean cinema. Like everyone says, my first Korean film was Old Boy or A Bittersweet Life, but to have a film that is just, it's not even got a Blu-ray release. It's just got one DVD release in the whole of UK. And I mean, Ryu Seung-won, he's done a few great films, but what was his last film he did?
Well, his last one was at Battleship Island,
which
I wasn't
awful.
the biggest fan. Yeah, I didn't like.
Yeah,
but he did. What else did he do?
He did The Unjust.
Yeah,
he did a lot of action movies.
No Berlin Tears. There's something about tears in the title. That was a good one.
Berlin Files.
Berlin File.
Yeah, but that was one of my first. That was my first Korean film I saw. Which I speak to a few people and they say, yeah, it was my first Korean film. So I don't know in the UK if it was the first movie to get released, because I thought it was a Bittersweet Life, but it turns out a few people have seen it was their first Korean film to watch.
I think it depends on your region as well, like what your first like Asian like film is. Sometimes like around here, like Battle Royale was like one of the first like big like Asian films that like hit like the teenage like groups around here, because we were just like, this movie's crazy. Like obviously you've seen like Kill Bill kind of thing, but then like for some reason Battle Royale came out on DVD and like around my place, and then we were just like, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So, like even when you talk about VHS though, like the weird way that I started watching martial arts films was like after the Karate Kids films like became really popular, like a guy used to deliver VHSs around like our house in the van. I told you about this guy before. Like literally, he would just pack his van with martial arts films. Like I still remember like watching like Bruce Lee movies like at a young age. But like he used to just like seek them because obviously he knew like karate martial art films were like really popular. So like literally like he just had like stashes. So like you just trade with him every week and just watch something new.
Yeah.
Like that's how I distinctly remember like watching like my first like couple like martial arts movies. Like I think it was about 8 or 9, I think, when like Karate Kid was like massive. If like here, like when it came out on VHS like in the early 90s, like mid 90s, it was like huge. Like and it just went like that for me. But that's like how I remember like Asian VHS. And the dubbing, like you said, is terrible.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, we only got dubbing really in the UK for everything. So, I mean, it was so refreshing to watch something in with subtitles at the time. And still, I was really young, and it was just like, you know, I expected Violent Cop to be really violent, but it wasn't as violent. It wasn't violent enough to hold that. To have that title, Violent Cop, but it's the style of Takeshi Kitano. I mean, his probably most violent films is Outrage, maybe. What do you think, Eric? I mean, the last Outrage movie was pretty violent.
Yeah, possibly. I think so. Yeah, not counting the CGI blood in Zatoichi.
Yeah,
that's probably right. I bet you the Outrage ones are. Not counting the ones that he's just acted in, you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Whereabouts in your list now?
Oh, that's all of them.
What? You structured it in a lovely paragraph. Oh.
Yeah, because it's like going into because the way I talk about it is like they are like stages in my life that have really influenced my film taste.
Nice.
You know what I mean? I'm sure you guys will go into more in-depth way.
You think?
I don't know.
We'll see. Well, we're on the chat at the moment. Ditto, first Korean film I watched. I'm guessing that's Veteran. He did door-to-door VHS vlogging. He didn't vlog. He rented. He was a mobile VHS rental mobile, and his name was Erik. He was a legend, but with a C, not a K. What else have we got? Elliot Cohen says, I got into Asian films quite late compared to you guys. In all honesty, Elliot, like I would say like the last 10 years I've more got into Asian cinema as well. So it's never too late to get into Asian cinema, I guess.
15 for me.
Premium Blu-ray says I have kitchen envy, Erik. They have kitchen envy of your kitchen. Okay. That's a new one on the chat. He said Elliot also says 13 Assassins first Asian film. I had no idea who Mike was. Well, you clearly know who Mike was after 13 Assassins and the rest. Huss looks like he is in the backseat of a limo. Yeah. He's on the
put more lights on. Let me put more lights on.
He's on the Cristal right now. Renee says, my 2 favorite Kitano films are Getting Any and Kids Return.
Oh, I love the Kids Return, yeah.
Yeah, and then Will's saying, that's amazing. Imagining him rolling around in a wagon renting videos. Mate, it was amazing. Like, my whole childhood was revolved around swapping VHSs every, like, Friday. Like, I used to get, like, 5 or 6 and just go crazy. Like, I used to love it. Happy days. Yeah. Good times indeed. Yeah. So since Erik is the guest, let's hear your list.
Okay. So, when I was a kid, I'll start when I was a kid too. And, normal children, they'll sit in front of the TV and mom and dad will come in and they'll give them a nice little movie to watch, like The Wizard of Oz. And they'll be all happy. That was not my childhood. I grew up with Return to Oz, the evil stepbrother of the two. And this movie is an entirely different beast. apparently, like in this one, it's the one where Dorothy goes back to Oz, and it's completely in ruins, and there's like, you know, there's all this crazy stuff going on. She's got to find like a witch and then some rock monster dudes. And this was allegedly based on like a few of the books, I think. I have some notes here. The Marvelous Land of Oz and Ozma of Oz, which I really want to read now. But this one has a much darker tone. You know, when the wheelie dude showed up, it freaked me out as a kid. He had like wheels for legs, and then the and then Mombi with her hundreds of decapitated heads in her castle. So, but the film also has like a lot of charm to it. You got Fairuza Balk in the lead role, and you know, this film bombed at the box office, and nobody really cares about it anymore. But it had a big influence on me when I was a kid, because some of the fantasy films I watched were like this, The Neverending Story, and then Legend, the Ridley Scott film. So I had a lot of that like dark fantasy upbringing. I watched those all the time. And that kind of planted the seeds for me to really enjoy horror films when I grew up. And horror now is like one of my favorite genres. So that was the big influence for that one. And then the next film is a horror film. It's Pulse from Kiyoshi Kurosawa from 2001.
Amazing. Really good choice.
Nice.
So this is right where I was kind of, I'm dabbling a little bit on like international films a little more. And this one kind of, you know, as a film, it's really, even though it was released wide in Japan, it's really like an art house film. You know, it slow as molasses in January. It relies a lot on like visual motifs instead of like a story a lot of the time. And this really kind of broke me in and was my ultimate gateway film, because it's got like philosophical concepts that are like littered in, and it's really nicely shot, all of like the typical stuff you get from like a high art type film. And it was kind of crafted into a horror film, which I was receptive to. So after this is when my interest in film just exploded. And I could watch anything now after loving this thing. So that was a big one. And actually, I'm going out of order a little bit. Before that, there was a little film from 1999 called The Matrix.
Yes.
The Wachowskis and Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
So that one, I don't even need to talk about the plot of that one, but really kind of it kind of took influence from a lot of different other sources, but it kind of blended it together into really a neat little package. And it was such an exciting film when I was watching it in the cinema. And this film was probably I've never been so obsessed over a film as I was with The Matrix, and I probably never will be. Like, I lived it for like 2 or 3 years. You know, I would, it actually got me into like reading about philosophy and science in my free time. Like, that's how ridiculous it got. Like, I'm reading Kierkegaard books and stuff. It was crazy. So, and then when the sequels came out, you know, they had their good stuff in them, but after the end of the third film is when that was kind of like the buzzkill of Matrix for me.
How do you feel about 4?
So 4 is a common one. The fourth film is a common one, but it influenced me in a different way. That was Old Boy. All right.
Yes.
Now, Old Boy was the second Korean film I saw, from what I remember. The first one was Shiri from 1999.
Oh, yeah.
But really, Old Boy generated my interest in Korean film, but it was really A Tale of Two Sisters that like really did that for me and got me into watching a lot of Korean film. Old Boy, for me, this was one of the first films I can remember where sex was used as a very important part of the film. It wasn't like, because when you're growing up, you're seeing like slasher films or just like gratuitous, you know, it's pointless, or like, you know, B-grade erotic thrillers. But, you know, Park is one of those directors, right? I was like, man, sensuality and sex can really be used as like a really good plot point in like character development and story development and stuff. So that was actually one of the big influences Old Boy had on me. And then
Chan-wook is like so good with like sexual tension, though, isn't he? Like even in Stoker, it's so prominent. Like we can talk about that later, but so good. Yes.
And then the last film, people who have seen it will laugh at me, but that's fine. You can laugh at me. There was a little Hong Kong action film that came out in 2002 called So Close, and it was directed by Ko Yun, and it starred Zhao Wei, Shu Qi, Karen Mok, and Yasuaki Kurata. In this film, first time I saw it, I looked at the cover at Blockbuster and I was like, "This is going to be terrible." It was like was this a Charlie's Angels ripoff or something? So I put it on, and it started off kind of cheesy, but it was fun. And then like midway through, it starts to take itself seriously, and I think it actually pulls it off with like the final action scene is like a 2-on-1 fight that's like legit, like really good. So this film, after I saw that, this opened the gateway to the girls with guns subgenre of Hong Kong action cinema, because I was like, well, I need to watch more of this stuff, and then I started going backwards in time to like Michelle Yeoh's earlier film.
Oh yeah,
even Cynthia Rothrock from the 80s, Moon Lee and Yukari Oshima, and I ended up watching like as many of these films as I possibly could. And even to this day, if there's like a female lead in a martial arts like that could really move, I'm in. So those were my 5.
Wow, that the last one, I really need to check that out now, because I'm very intrigued by this. It sounds a bit
cheesy early on. You got to stay with it.
The still, like I looked at the stills and I was just like, oh my god. Also, sorry, I didn't try to rush on before. I just meant, what do you think of Matrix 4? That was I wasn't trying to rush you. Yeah. Before you think, how do you feel about this happening? Like,
I'll watch it, but I don't feel like I don't even know how I feel about it.
The Wachowski's still involved.
Yeah, they're still making it. Yeah.
They've had some real dodgy films lately, though.
Yeah.
Jupiter Ascending.
Yeah. Oh my god, that is terrible. Yeah. Have you ever watched Bound?
Yes, that was a good movie.
Yes, that was a very good, like, that's like top tier from them. But I'm intrigued to see how the 4th one goes. But Elliot's saying Matrix 4 is scheduled to come out the same day as John Wick 4. Only Keanu Reeves can battle Keanu Reeves, I think. Like, yeah, that's going to be interesting. And then, like, to you with Akira, then, Hurst, like, how do you feel like Taika Waititi is making an Akira remake?
I don't think it will ever happen, to be honest.
You don't think so?
No, they've been talking about making Akira live action film for decades, and I don't think it will ever happen. I don't think there's any way you can do it. I'll tell you what they should do. I don't. Erik, have you ever read Domu, Otomo's book?
No.
He did this other graphic novel, which is about these kids in like a tower block that have these sort of supernatural powers, and there's also like this elderly man who is almost childlike, who also has them. So it's like it's a dreams. I think it's called Domu, Dreams of Children. I actually own it, and I think if there's any live action Otomo film that they should make, it's that, because it's something that can be made, and it's similar, sort of in some ways, to Akira, but I don't think you can do Akira on it's such a grand scale. And what are you going to do? Like if you're going to go to the graphic novel, it's a big film. It's a really big film. I mean, you have to do it 3 movies possibly, but I don't know. I don't think it will ever happen.
I was the same with Ghost in the Shell, though. Like, I still don't understand why they needed to like make a live action movie of it. And I still don't like it. It's the Scarlett Johansson movie is terrible. But
yeah, I always thought if they were going to do live action, maybe they could take it more off the anime series standalone complex. It's a little bit more action and a little bit lighter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, people are saying in the chat that the Akira one's never going to happen, but Taika Waititi is signed up to write and direct this film with, I believe, Disney. Like, Disney. So it's in the early. Yeah, it was Fox originally, and then it's moved to Disney. So like, it is like in discussion. So I'm just, people talk about Speed Racer. I'm assuming we talk about the Wachowski Speed Racer. Thoughts on that?
I thought it was pretty good.
It looks visually it looks beautiful, doesn't it? I mean, I always thought it had that real, like, colourful, you know, fluid look, but you know, it's a fun movie. You know,
I don't. There's a big like bandwagon with that one. Like a lot of people have like come up in the last few years saying it is like one of their best films. Like you can't follow it visually, but have you ever watched the animated show?
I watched
Speed Racer. Yeah, same. I used to love it. Like it was like one of my favorite like Saturday morning shows. I used to like record that on like VHS for like at like 6 in the morning. I think it was here in Wales. I used to love it. Happy times. What else have we got in the chat? Everybody's saying that Graham and Elliot have taste because they like Speed Racer. YTT said in a video on Konbini, I don't know, that his Akira film isn't happening. Interesting. Sadly. Okay. I'm just going to say this now. I don't think Taika Waititi is a very good director, except for the early stuff. Okay? I'm just saying it.
What We Do in the Shadows.
Yeah, What We Do in the I love and Boy and Squid and the Whale. They're really good films. So, like, I think Jojo Rabbit is very overrated, in my humble opinion. But Bound equals fantastic film. This was the recent thing. The Kuckerberg says Naked Weapon is cool. Maggie Q. Hat eyes emoji. Okay. Shall I give you my list? Mine is not as exciting as yours. So I'm going to start off. I've listed it in time. Well, not like dates, but like my childhood. Edward Scissorhands was the first time I ever really saw film for what it could be, in a way that it actually emotionally pulls you in. And also Winona Ryder was my first ever like on-screen crush because of that movie. Like every time I see the scene of her like dancing in the ice when he's cutting the sculptures, it still takes me back to when I was like sitting watching it in front of my little tiny TV. Like and the music, everything in that film really got me into like how you can orchestrate like scenes into something so much more. But also, like in this time, like my granddad got me into a lot of Hitchcock. Like The Birds was like one of the first films I ever saw. This isn't in my list, but I'm just going on a tangent here. But like I really got into like a lot of that kind of cinema, like Psycho. I watched Psycho at a really young age, and I love it, but it's never scared me. And then I remember my granddad distinctly saying to me, you know, this is the first ever flushing toilet in a film ever.
That's true.
And that is a true fact.
It almost had to be cut out by the to get it released. But they said it's an integral part because she's flushing something down there. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah,
I know, it's so weird. Like I love the history of like Psycho anyway, but Psycho's not on my list. So Edward Scissorhands is the first one. In my teens, Blue Velvet was like my first like introduction to like, you know, like avant-garde like type of cinema, where I was just like, who is David Lynch? Why is he not my father? And why does this film exist? And I don't know how many times like I've gone back to Blue Velvet. Like I think I was about 15 the first time I watched it. I had this really crappy like DVD of it. Like I bought in like a flea market for like £1. And I just watched it numerous times, watched the extras, and it took me into this world. Like I watched Twin Peaks because of it. Like I watched Twin Peaks like in my teens, and it, like as I said in the last stream, like Lynch is like my favorite director, and I'm going to stop talking about David Lynch at some point in these streams. But the David Lynch really had like a profound effect like on my like film going life. Like, and I don't think I will ever not say that is the easiest way I can say this. Then when I was like in university, the first time, not this time, when I was in my undergrad, Eyes Wide Shut from Stanley Kubrick, like opened my eyes up to like more how erotic cinema can like divulge into something far more intellectual, and just the concept of how he also uses dreams in a way that seems like reality, and the way he blends it into that film in particular I think is amazing. Like, I've been lucky enough, I've met Stanley Kubrick's producer, Jan Harlan, a few times because he's my PhD supervisor's acquaintance, friend. So I've had like a couple of coffees and stuff with him. And like one time he said to me, you need to think about Eyes Wide Shut. It is the perfect representation of late 20th century life. And this may not be reflected right now, but in like 100 years' time in the history of cinema, this film will have a more of a lasting effect. And once I thought about it like that, I've seen Eyes Wide Shut in so many ways. Like I could talk about it all night, but it's one of those films that's like really stuck with me. I'm only 32 now, but like it was like over 10 years now, well over 10 years. Then in my early 30s, I actually started watching more Lee Chang-dong films. And then Oasis really affected me in a way that I never thought it would. I think the way that Lee Chang-dong just gives so much more of a human level to people with disabilities and mental issues is fantastic, because at the end of the day, we're all human. And what I think that Dong does is that he just gives this film to you and you dissect it in a way that we're all the same. Doesn't matter who we are. And it's such a bittersweet film, but I think on a technical level, I think it's fantastic. Just the way that he just takes you into this world and just shows everybody deserves a good life. It wells me up every time. So that's in my 30s. But my recent one, like I said to you before we went live, the film that really has impacted me quite a bit recently is Oshima's Boy. Have you seen Boy? I'm assuming you have.
I've not seen Oshima's Boy.
Oshima. Have you seen it?
I don't remember it. I may not have seen it.
Right. Okay. I'm not going to say much, but basically it's like Korean Shoplifters, but a million times better.
Wow.
So that's how I'm going to sink you into this, right? But it basically it's about a boy that lives with a family of con artists, and it's just so delicately made. Showing his perspective, not the perspective of the parents and how they treat him. It's just how he feels all the time and how he's going through this day-to-day life. And at the back end of this film, there's a scene in the snow with him and a child building a snowman, and it's honestly one of the most beautifully framed sequences discussing emotion and feeling that I have seen in film. Like, it's the best film I've watched in lockdown so far. It's on Criterion Channel right now. So if you actually want to subscribe to Criterion Channel, Erik, now's the time. But,
all right.
Oshima's Boy is like, I think it's his best film personally, and honestly, it's really eye-opening and it's really tragic. Like, I don't know if my friend Kieran's in the chat, but he's actually watched it after I told him to watch it, and he agreed that it was a good film. So, but definitely, if you haven't seen it, I would really recommend Oshima's Boy 1,000 times over. That's my rant over. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So please watch Boy. 1964, I think.
I love Oshima. I think he's one of the most diverse directors. Can I say that?
Japanese director. I think he is, especially.
He's touched on so many subjects.
Like Cruel Story of Youth, even, like, so good. I think it's such a, it's interesting how he shows like Americanization in the East during like post-war. I think it's really fascinating to see how he like works out like a youth perspective and how they really get into this like way of conning people. I loved it. I thought it was really good. But yeah. Shall we see what's in comments? I don't know where we were last. Oh, okay. My Asian Chris Mark says my Asian gateway movies were Castaway, On the Moon, and The Man from Nowhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like Castaway on the Moon. I don't know why. I don't see a lot of Western. I don't see a lot of people in the West that have really seen it. I mean, it's quite a fun movie. No, it's never got a release. I really like it. It's Dion. I don't think you've seen it. It's about a guy who he's sort of like on a. He gets stuck on this sort of say it's an island. It's like a little plot of land in the middle of a river where he starts to build life for a little while. Yeah, it's quite.
I can see it here. It says Castaway on the Moon is a 2009 South Korean romantic comedy, film written and directed by Lee Han-jun. It's a love story between a suicidal man turned castaway on Bamseom in the Han River and Hikomori woman who is addicted to SciWorld. Got good ratings on it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of the romantic comedies that will win over people who don't like romantic comedies.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that one's on the list. Premium Blu-ray says watch Bound as a double feature with Portrait of a Lady on Fire. Now that is a very spicy double feature, if you ask me. The Arrow Blu-ray of Bound is really good. I actually quite enjoyed the extras and the booklet on that one. And it's very rare I read the booklets. Oh dear, I liked the live action of Ghost in the Shell and the premium editions available are awesome. Elliot says I love Eyes Wide Shut. Alex Trinder says, hi guys, won't be able to stay for long, but hope you're all doing well. I hope you're doing well also, Alex. Thank you for coming back. Is this week 3?
This is our 3rd week, yeah.
3rd week. Welcome to week 3, everyone. Defo Elliot, underrated Kubrick, and so precise. Alex Trinder says, Long Day's Journey into Night has finally been dispatched, coming tomorrow. I cannot wait. It is a very good Blu-ray. I sent you the picture of it yesterday.
Yeah.
Amazon are finally dispatching. No, New Wave had no clue why they were withholding it, but I got mine yesterday. But I still can't see the 3D Blu-ray because I don't have a 3D TV, but it's okay.
What do you think of Erik? What do you think of Began?
I liked Long Day's Journey into Night even more than Kylie Blues. I think I need to rewatch it though. I need to rewatch it. It's just I think maybe just the way Long Day's Journey into Night was maybe it absorbed me a little bit more. I guess is the best way I could put it. But I thought it was pretty solid enough to where I'm going to buy a copy for my own collection as well.
Are you getting the Kino Lorber Blu-ray, or are you
I'm not sure? Whatever one people recommend.
I've been told the Kino Lorber one has a booklet. That's the extra with the Kino Lorber, but the British one's got a couple of extras, not much, and then it's got the 2D and the 3D. So not too sure.
I'm a big fan of Tang Wei, so that's kind of the first reason I watched it.
No, there's a Began short film on the Criterion channel which I need to see as well. But no, it's like, but we said, me and Huss were talking the other day, like Kylie Blues still doesn't have a Blu-ray release in the UK. It's only on Amazon Prime. But I did get the Blu-ray from the States a couple of years ago after I watched it. He's such a special director. Like, I don't care if we talk about Began every week now, to be honest. Like,
I think we do.
We have, I think, every week probably.
I mean, he's only done 2 feature-length movies.
I mean, and they're both impressive.
Both greatly impressive.
Yeah. I mean, did you see Long Days in the cinema, Erik, or did you see it at home?
I almost never get a chance to see stuff in the cinema here, so I saw it. I think I saw it on streaming first. Yeah, I saw it streaming.
If you ever get the chance to see it in the cinema, I would highly recommend it. It is a special experience. Elliot Cohen says Oasis needs a good Blu-ray release. It is not out in the UK on Blu-ray. I don't even know who has the rights to it in the UK actually. Do you? Plus, it was on Prime for a while, but it's gone.
I've got a feeling it's not. There's a DVD.
Yeah, I think it's Studio Canal. I think,
Is it Studio Canal?
I'm thinking because they've got what is it? Pep and Candy, is it?
Peppermint Candy.
Yeah, I think so.
Or was that released by Third Window?
Is it? Huh.
I don't know. Third Window have got loads of early Korean films. They've even got Friend, which is, you know, I don't know.
Third Window for the win. Jumbo Shango on the Randy Moles movie show. They say evening all evening to you guys.
Evening,
or
guys.
is it just the one? I don't know. Stiffy Kitten says bonjour. So ready to waste another 3 hours of my life. Hey, you're not wasting 3 hours of my life. You're spending 3 hours with a lot of movie nerds, which is always good. And I'm assuming it's sarcasm. But, Elliot Cohen says, well said. I don't know why it was well said, but thank you. Gung Fu says, can the Japanese animes Your Name and Silent Voice be made into live movie?
I think Your Name definitely can. I think they both can.
Probably.
I mean, they were talking of doing a live action American version of Your Name. I don't know if that's materializing, but that was on the back of all the hype it got with its release.
What else have we got?
Shinkai is just one of the best directors for animation right now. I think he is the heir to Miyazaki's throne, in my opinion. But I think his films aren't for that same generation, though. Maybe the generation that grew up on Miyazaki appreciate Shinkai. I don't know. I like Shinkai, though.
Good question, that one, though.
Yeah.
What else have we got? Kuckerberg wouldn't have watched Shoplifters if it wasn't for us bigging it up so much on Facebook.
Hey?
Yeah. Kuckerberg says that they wouldn't have watched Shoplifters if you didn't big it up so much on Facebook.
Oh yeah, all I ever spoke about.
Shoplifters is a good film, though. You can't deny it. But boy, in my humble opinion, Premium Blu-ray says love Straight Story. It doesn't get much attention. I only watched Straight Story for the first time properly the other day, and it's actually quite a good David Lynch film for a PG, and it's on Disney Plus now. Even the Return to Oz is on Disney Plus. I don't know if you knew that, Eric, but like you can watch that nightmare on the Disney streaming service right now, which is crazy.
I might put it on for my daughter and give her nightmares.
Oh,
that scene with all the heads.
Make them grow up a little faster. Nice, well-rounded childhood.
It's such a freaky movie. Like I haven't rewatched it in a while. Like, have you ever seen Nick Rogue's The Witches?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
too.
See, that one freaks me out as well. Like it's just when she turns into the witch, Angela, and the nose and the Freddy Krueger kind of face. Oh man, still free. I can't believe they're remaking that movie. Also, like
they're remaking it.
Yeah, they're remaking it. Yeah, a lot of Roald Dahl stuff's getting remade. Like I know, well, again, Taika Waititi is making an animated Charlie and the Chocolate Factory for Netflix at the moment. Well, not right now, but he will be. So that should be interesting. Premium Blu-ray says I have Oasis on Blu-ray with a nice slip.
I have the Korean one as well.
Is it just the Korean edition? There's an American Blu-ray, right? I think.
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah. Full slip and booklet. Actually, I did not know this.
Marvel fan.
Oh yeah, Marvel fan. Nagisa Oshima. Yes. Also, just to make a point, Marvel Fan 45 has started his own YouTube channel. So he's put quite a few stuff up, like podcasty kind of things. Go over there, support him. We're a lovely little movie community. We need to support each other. So go over to Marvel Fan 45 and check out. He's actually put a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon review up, and apparently he has a controversial opinion on it. So I'm intrigued to listen to it. I'm always open to controversial opinions on famous films.
What's your thoughts on Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
The Parasite of the early millennium, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the film that, everyone was going to say,
Yeah, it's like, it always makes me laugh now because, like, at the time, I don't know how many times I watched that film, Because do you used to do Sky Box Office? You pay like 24 hours and then you see the movie as many times as you want, but you couldn't like fast forward. You just had to watch it on the time it was like scheduled. I remember I used to watch it like so many times in one go. But like now you go to like thrift stores and you always find a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon DVD somewhere.
Yeah, for like £3.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you go in the UK. It's like you find that and Titanic. Those are like two like the thrift store specials now.
Yeah,
but I don't. Do you get the same with that, Eric, or like?
For me,
do you not get many? Yeah, like how was it? How was Crouching Tiger for you? Like your first time with it?
I saw it a little bit later. I never even saw it in the theater, and then I saw it a bit later, and I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Good action flick. Had a pretty good story to it, but at the time I was only really familiar with Chow Yun-fat. At
Michelle
the time,
Yeoh. Chow Yun-fat, Michelle Yeoh.
Even at that time, I'm sure I saw Michelle Yeoh in Tomorrow Never Dies, but I wasn't really big into the international films when that came out.
Well, that's what we got. Kuckerberg said Arrow are putting out some Oshima soon. Hopefully they'll give In the Realm of Senses a limited edition treatment. Oh god.
Will that even get released?
I don't even know. We had this conversation, but it did. I can't remember who said it, but it actually got passed uncut in the UK.
Wow.
But it's Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence that we get next, which I've pre-ordered. I never pre-order normally, but I've pre-ordered this one.
It's a good movie.
Bowie and Oshima, like that's a party I like to join. Big time.
And it's got Takeshi Kitano. I think it's his first film role.
Is it?
Yeah, because he was a stand-up comedian, and I think it was his first film role.
I'm not sure.
I need to check that out. Yeah.
What else have we got? BMBS UK. Malfan, yes, I have not heard about it, but before sounds very interesting. Kuckerberg won't waste my time on the Gits Americanized remakes, just like I won't touch that Old Boy remake. Yeah, that Old Boy remake is bad.
I love the scene where he's on the little pink bicycle.
I don't know what Spike Lee was thinking when he made that. Like, I really like Spike Lee movies, and like, I will never ever understand how and why. Like, did you guys go see it in the cinema when it came out, or did you just stay away? I went.
Do you know it's so bad that every Spike Lee film gets a Spike Lee joint.
Yeah,
that one hasn't got it. I even have the New Era Spike Lee cap, and that says a Spike Lee joint, but that Old Boy film hasn't. I mean,
That's
he
hilarious.
just I think if he could have taken his name off it, he would have.
Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? Like, he's made a few. Don't get me wrong, Spike Lee's made a few duds in his life.
Oh
yeah, like, that is like
his worst.
Probably his worst movie. Oh man, like I remember, like didn't they like reduce the ticket price to go to the cinema to see it because nobody would go in? Like,
oh my God.
It went that bad, and like even when it came out on Blu-ray and DVD, like it was, like when you get straight to direct to DVD movies, like it got that like price of like £7-8, I think. Yeah, like $5 probably in America, but yeah, that one is so bad. Roman from Cinema Monologue says introduction to Korean cinema was the good, the bad, and the weird. Lots of fun. Love it. Gentlemen, comments.
I love that film.
It's every bit what Kingdom of the Crystal Skull should have been. They came out the same year.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That's an interesting way to put it, Erik.
That came out in the same year.
I think so, both in 2008.
Wow. Oh my God. That is crazy.
What else have we got? Kuckerberg says Underwater Love is a crazy softcore pinky porno on Third Window Films in the UK. Crazy fun flick though.
Yeah.
Anybody seen that one?
I thought it was pretty good. I remember seeing it years ago. It's not a very current film. It's like a few years old, but it was pretty good.
Okay. I never watched many of the pinky porno and Roman pornos. Like, I never really. I know there is like a massive following from even like other people that watch other Asian movies. They still have a interest in them. But anti-porno was sort of like a return to that genre of films that galvanized it again.
Yeah. Have either of you guys? Sorry.
They actually did that 5 movie project where anti-porno was part of, and a few of the other films I watched were actually really interesting. There was like Wet Woman in the Wind or something like that. It was really good. So they kind of did a little 5 project thing, and I've enjoyed all the ones that I've seen so far.
Yeah, I should check them out. Yeah.
Have either of you guys seen? Is it Bulgaria?
Yeah, that's a whole Chung Pang film. He was a money director, but lately he's kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit. But in his prime, he had some really good stuff.
Yeah, I did a blind buy on that one, like in London before Christmas, but I haven't actually watched it yet. I haven't found the appropriate time to watch it. Is the best way to say it. But it seems a bit wild. When I think of anti-porn, I think of Bulgaria now for some reason. I'm guessing they're kind of the same kind of feels, or no?
Yeah, well, anti-porno is a little bit more artistic.
Yeah,
and odd.
Yeah, I enjoyed anti-porno. My first watching it. I definitely one of those.
Is that the only Shion's? Have you seen any other Shion's on
That's
film?
the only Shion film I watched, but I am assuring you that the Shion train is going to happen next week.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
So, but yeah, I think, like I said, I've got 3 weeks of furlough coming up, so my watch time is going to be massive in a couple of weeks' time. What else have we got on the list? Just ordered the Tasukamoto 3 movies set. Was interested in Killing, but having seen any of the others out on Monday. Was it out on Monday? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh bloody hell! Because Kwaiden's out on Monday as well.
Yeah.
Dion, I'm telling you right now, Dion, you gotta check out Tsukamoto because you're a fan of Lynch, and Tsukamoto they're not the same, obviously, but
no, I know.
Those weird, like surrealistic stuff.
Yeah, Lynch has mentioned Tsukamoto a few times. So like, I've been that box set has been in my basket on Amazon at the moment. Like
the US one.
Yeah.
Oh, so, do you know something? I wish I never bought any of the Third Window titles that he released just so I can get that. But I've just spent so much money on them, like buying every single one.
Well, that's the thing, yeah.
And it's just, I'd love to buy that set.
Yeah. Obviously, I can't get it from America right now anyway, so.
Well, yeah. Because...
You can only WoW HD, but I really am not a fan of WoW HD after my last experience with them. That's another story. What else have we got? Renee said, has anyone seen the live-action film Perfect Blue? It stars Nao Omori from Ichi the Killer.
I have not seen the live-action version.
No, did they do a live-action version of it?
Yeah.
Renee? Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Marvel Fan 45 still need to see Shoplifters. Any other movies by, I'm guessing, Koreeda, would you recommend? I think since Huss knows Koreeda on a personal level, he should comment on that first, I guess.
Yeah, me and Koreeda, we spoke about this. And he said, like, which films of his he recommends. And he, Still Walking, definitely. Our Little Sister, I think, is such a charming film. I think it's probably his most accessible film, because Still Walking, it just gets me so emotional. Just makes me feel bad. It reminds me of all the people that I've known in my life that I've lost, and it brings that feeling of like nostalgia of your youth. I don't know. It's just such a good movie. Still Walking is, I think, his masterpiece, but I think Our Little Sister is his most accessible.
Erik, what would you suggest?
I think the most purely entertaining is Our Little Sister. I like the father-son dynamic and like father-like-son a lot. And then for those that are really into like the slow-paced art house style stuff, some of the stuff from the 90s, a lot of people really like Mabarosi, and stuff like that. So and Nobody Knows, another big one that you kind of watch too.
Mabarosi is like a really good one. I'm a big fan of that one. But I haven't seen many of his 90s movies. It's something I've got is it Flesh and Blood set? Is it the BFI one? Plus
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's got a few of them there, isn't it? But yeah, Corrida is he's a special guy. I wouldn't recommend The Truth though. Like, don't avoid that one. Have you seen it too?
No.
No, he tries to be really French with like, yeah, it just doesn't work in my opinion. I just wouldn't recommend it. Try if you want to complete your collection, obviously, of Corrida movies. Like, I assume you're like obliged, but it's Curzon released it on demand straight away here. It was meant to get theatrical, but I don't think it would have done very well in like art houses around here either for some reason. Chris Max is asking, Playing Archive doing a premium edition of TV series. Oh, wait a minute. No, I've gone a bit too far, haven't I? I've got to see no, wait a minute. Where are we? Oh, have you guys seen Park Chan-wook's Little Drummer Girl TV series? Playing Archive doing a director's cut Blu-ray. Wonder if it's worth getting. Little Drummer Girl is a fantastic show. I loved it.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch all of it because I think it was on the same time as a TV show that was showing on ITV called Strangers, which had Anthony Wong in it, and I was like, oh, I love Anthony Wong. But I watched most of Little Drummer Girl and I loved it. It's still on my like TiVo box, so it's just finding the time to get into a TV show. But yeah, I thought it was amazing.
There's the artwork on the Playing Archive looks pretty good. Like the stuff they put up the other day.
Beautiful.
I'm really excited. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. Have you seen Little Drummer Girl, Erik?
I have not.
Oh yeah, it was a BBC show. Was it
HBO had it in the States?
I don't subscribe to HBO, so I might have to wait until it hits. It might be on streaming somewhere. I just have to look.
Yeah,
it's Michael Shannon.
Oh yeah, I'll watch that.
I think a Park Chan-wook like John le Carre like hybrid is a very interesting combination. I think, and I think it sounded like he had a better time making that than he did with Stoker.
Yeah.
So, because everything I heard about his, shoot with Stoker just doesn't sound very pleasant. Even though I still personally like Stoker quite a bit, but. Yeah. The Kuckerberg, I've got The Company of Wolves in the backlog of titles to watch. Lockdown, definitely gonna have a Black Society marathon triple bill this weekend. Election 1 and 2, Exiled by Johnny Toe.
Oh, Exiled.
That's a marathon right there.
Yeah.
That is a watch along. What else have we got? I've got and seen Little Drummer Girl, Park Chan-wook's TV series. It's very good, to be honest. If you can stomach the political content, that's true. BM Busk says, my introduction to Korean cinema was Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance. You don't hear that one much.
No, you never hear people.
Good introduction, though. Really good.
Well, yeah, definitely. Asian Movie Enthusiast, or the guy who convinced me to watch a movie called Anti-Porno.
Okay. Watch it.
Also got Sono Suicide Club could really benefit from a solid Blu-ray release. Comments, gentlemen?
Sono Suicide Club. Do you know, I want to see like more of Sono stuff on Blu-ray. I mean, he is like Mike in a way, like that crazy, but he's not like Mike. He's a fun version of Mike. Is there a way of describing Sono's films? I mean,
yeah, it's tough.
It's tough.
when I listen to him talk in real life, he just seems so miserable. But his films are so much fun to watch.
I know.
Did you see in Love Exposure the behind the scenes where he berated Hikari Mitsushima? Said, "Go sit in a corner and learn how to act."
Oh my God. That is crazy.
You should see Love Exposure, Dion. I think that's a good way to get into his films. It's about, what, 4 hours long? I mean, I did hear there's a 6-hour cut of the film, which is mad. It's just so fast paced.
I've actually got to I've got a writing gig. I've actually got to go through the whole Bellatar Santantago film. You know, that 7-hour movie. I've actually got to watch that next week because it's out on Blu-ray in the UK and I have to review it. And I'm just like, I'm gonna try and watch the whole 7 hours like in one sitting. I have a funny feeling I'm not gonna be able to do it. I did it for Elephant Sitting Still, but that's 4 hours. This is another 3, so it's gonna be a challenge. But I will do anything for money these days, I guess. Premium Blu-rays is asking, do you guys, all of us, watch TV series? Erik, do you want to start?
American TV series, not really. I watched Game of Thrones just because my cousin was into it so much, and we ended up getting together on Sundays and doing that. And then really not that many like English language series. A lot of the series I watch are like Asian, a lot of Korean and occasionally Japanese when I can find one.
Yeah.
What kind of Korean ones do you watch?
Do you watch
K-drama? Do you watch K-dramas?
Yeah. There's actually some that I really like. I've after watching Korean romantic comedy films, I've become very receptive to romantic comedies because I just really like the way they do it. And some of their TV shows are quite good on the romantic comedy front.
I think they're so good.
There's loads on Netflix.
Yeah. Did you see the one called, is it Live or Live, about young police squad in Seoul?
No, but I wrote it down because you mentioned it in the last chat, the last live stream.
Seriously,
I wrote it down.
man.
I'm going to start it next week, I think.
It has subtle advertising for Subway, so you get like massive cravings for Subway sandwiches through the whole thing.
Italian BMT.
And it's got like Anglo Badalamenti like music sometimes, just like popping up like really sinister music, and then every time there's like a love scene, there's like just a woman just singing this like beautiful like Korean music. It's really worth watching. It's so freaking good. I love that show. Like I could easily rewatch that anytime.
We should swap K-drama lists after the show.
Maybe we should. Maybe we should do that as a stream of favorite K-dramas.
I need to get into K-dramas. I've never watched any, but there's so many on Netflix.
Exactly, that's the joy. Like, but the thing is, it's quite funny. It's like for example, in Wales, we have loads of like different like shows and stuff, and use the same actors all the time. Same in South Korea. Like the same lead is the lead in another like K-drama, and it just swapped. It's the same people and everything, but it's so interesting. And do you know what? I would say on a technical aspect, even they're actually quite well made. It's not cheap. Like there's always high caliber cinematography in some of them, not all of them.
But they make a lot of money. That's the thing.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, they make crazy money.
Them Subway commercials are, big bang for your buck. So, yeah. How about you then? What kind of shows do you watch?
Do you know what? I watch more comedy shows. Like I was watching Curb. I'll still go back to watching Seinfeld.
What do you think of the new season of Curb?
I didn't think it was as funny. I think he some of it was quite cheap laughs, which I don't usually expect from Larry David. But I mean, last season was pretty good.
Yeah, it's like I feel the same with like Arrested Development. Like the last 2 seasons of Arrested Development are terrible, I think. But you just sometimes you just don't get the comedy. Do you? Have you watched them Friday Night Dinner?
Friday Night
on Channel 4. It's got the guy from In Betweeners in it.
No, I've never seen.
Oh man, I started watching that the other day. It's hilarious. If you want to watch a stupid comedy, but I started watching. Do you know who Alex Garland is? He made Ex Machina and Annihilation. Yeah, he's got a show now called Devs. It's on Hulu in the States and on BBC in the UK, but I'm not going to say much about it, but it's about like a computer software company run by Nick Offerman, which tells you enough already. Like Nick Offerman's just a weird guy in general. But it's pretty suspicious. I'm actually quite liking it right now. So, and Westworld. Have you guys seen Westworld yet?
No. I saw the movie.
I love the movie, but the TV show is really good. Like I would recommend the TV show also.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. Right, we'll keep going. Where are we? Kind of lost track. TV shows. Where is I saw Mabarosi. I'm trying not to like avoid people's questions. I still got Angel Guts DVD box set and watched. May have to indulge over the lockdown period, most definitely. Anybody seen Angel Guts?
I saw a few of them. I don't really remember them that well. I think I only saw one or two of them, I think. So I don't think I was like a huge fan of them, but I don't really remember it.
Got Carl Hobday saying, quite liked I Wish Corridor. I still need that Pinky Violence DVD box set, though. Prices are a little extravagant on Amazon at the moment. I have noticed that Amazon prices have gone up, though, like on certain items. It's a bit suspicious. I don't know. Premium Blu-rays. I saw Mabarosi just a couple of days ago. Loved it. Welcome to the Mabarosi fan club. All About Lily Choo Choo is Punch in the Gut. I highly recommend it. Anybody seen? What's that one about?
Yeah, that one's about like teens, kind of like I would say maybe juvenile delinquency a little bit. It took me a second viewing to really appreciate it, but it made a pretty big splash back in the day. So I would recommend it. It's a good flick.
What's the what's the date on that? Like
early 2000s, I believe.
Okay, cool. Drummer Girl only on DVD in the UK. Slept on it when it was broadcast. Wait for the plain archive Blu-ray, I would say, I guess. Carl Hobday need a Blu-ray release of The Chaser. I don't have to remortgage my house for. How expensive is that?
So it's a standard Amaray. That's all they've ever released.
No extras.
Korea. No extras. It's just a standard Amaray. And it goes for something like the cheapest I've seen it for is $300.
Wow.
For a standard Amaray of The Chaser. It's never had a UK release. I don't know if it's had a US release, but I've know they've announced it years ago, but they never released it in the US. So everyone bought the Korean release. So that it just it made the price of it go rocket.
That's mad.
So someone needs to release it. If they release it, it's such a good movie.
Wow.
Is it on? Is it on Amazon Prime? I think it might be on Amazon Prime.
It's so difficult to find like Asian films on Amazon Prime, like a specific like. Do you know if you just want to just like blind watch something? If you just put like South Korean cinema, you just don't get any of the good stuff. You have to put like specific details into Prime. It's really irritating. Like, yeah, I know. I don't know if anybody else has that problem.
Yeah,
yeah, exactly. Like if you like Netflix is a bit easier trying to find like something new, but Prime is terrible to like dig through it because there's just so much crap on it. Like I heard yesterday like Prime accepts like right-wing like movies and stuff on their like platforms because they don't actually like check them thoroughly. So like there's loads of like really like bad things like available on Prime to watch or buy from like Nazi skinheads and stuff, and because they just don't like go through it properly. So you could eventually find like some bad things on Prime, which is crazy, but that's their own fault for not doing a thorough job. Premium Blu-ray says, anyone watched I Want to Eat Your Pancreas? Just sounds crazy, but supposed to be good.
I've only seen the anime. And it's about this girl who's got terminal illness in her pancreas, and the reason it's called that is because right at the beginning she goes, if you eat, something, stomach lining stew or whatever, it's good for your stomach.
Yeah.
but I want to eat your pancreas. She starts off with a joke, and that's why it's got that name. But it's a very emotional film. And it's really nice animation as well.
What an interesting title.
Yeah.
I guess you can't go as bad as Human Centipede, I guess, but that's a different kettle of fish. Sean Sono's Love Exposure is a 4-hour masterpiece. I'm actually looking at Sean Sono Blu-rays right now on Amazon, and they don't seem to be many. But there's quite a lot of his films on Amazon Prime, though, which surprised me.
I think there's a lot of them on sale, on the Arrow sale.
Oh, is it on? Yeah. Okay. By next week, I will have at least watched a chunk of Sean Sono movies, and I will report back to everybody I show you.
I recommend. I really recommend Love Exposure. What do you think, Eric? What else should he see of Sean Sono?
If you're willing to get a little nasty, I recommend Strange Circus.
Nasty is my middle name.
Strange Circus, baby. That's a good one.
Strange Circus. I love it. Okay. Yeah, he seems like I would love him. You guys, though, you should make like an Asian film, like encyclopedia or something. I don't know. Like, both of you are just too learned.
Eric's got the best one.
Hey, work together. Teamwork makes the dream work, lads. I always get The Chase and The Chaser mixed up. Both great films, but not sure which one was the best one. Which one is your best one?
If I remember The Chase right, I would recommend, or I prefer The Chaser. If I'm thinking of the same film.
The Chase is got what's his name from The White Badge in it? Oh, who's a veteran Korean actor?
Sung-ki An?
Sung-ki. Yeah, he's in that.
Jean is asking, any thoughts on Wang Bing west of the tracks, Wang Bing in general, or Chinese documentaries?
I don't watch that many documentaries, unfortunately.
Feel free to elaborate on that, Jean, because I'd be very interested to know, because I don't mind a few documentaries, but yeah. Marvel Fan 45, I'm gathering up money, so at the end of the year, I can get a huge haul of Asian and just foreign movies in general. Fair play to you. But I think in the States, like, foreign language cinema is, like, quite pricey from what I see, like, online. Do you collect merch, Eric?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever done a collection video, or would that just be too much of a challenge?
Collection?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a playlist. It's like 30 hours long because I talk about each film. So it's voluminous. I should probably do a quicker one just for brevity.
Yeah. Okay. Like, do you collect specific titles, or do you just buy whatever you like?
Nowadays, streaming is so prevalent. I usually stream it first. If I like it, I'll buy the DVD or the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I don't really mind DVDs if that's the only thing available. So, I have a lot of DVDs in my collection.
Yeah. Like, what kind of do you buy from like all across the globe, or do you just stick to like American titles? Or
yeah, I have an all-region player and some stuff on the computer, so I could do Amazon. I in terms of other sites, there's like Yes Asia, DDD House, and then some places from the UK I'll get stuff from too. So it's kind of a big like conglomerate of different sources.
Nice. Yeah,
I've started using JSDVD. They're a Taiwanese company. Now their prices are lower than Yes Asia, but the shipping cost is so expensive. So it works out about the same. But they've got a lot of out-of-print titles, which Yes Asia don't have, like the Ho Xiao Shen box set with Dust in the Wind on Blu-ray. I mean, I showed that on my YouTube channel a few months ago. That is so hard to find. It's such a. I mean, I also got Father to Son from there because they've got because it's a Taiwanese site. They've got all the Taiwanese titles on there, which is pretty cool too.
Yeah, I'll occasionally buy the Japanese DVD without subtitles if it's like a horror film where I feel like I don't really need the dialogue.
Yeah. Do you know? But the thing is, they're so expensive though. Japanese DVD. I don't know why. I mean, everyone's getting that. Is it Toro-san set? The
I've never seen those movies.
No, but have you seen how much they go for? Just the whole set is like over $1,000. It's yeah,
Wow.
and that, yeah.
We went to
Daisuke's got it. He showed it on his YouTube channel. It's like it comes in a briefcase.
What? Nice.
Yeah, it comes in a briefcase.
I hope it's real leather for £1,000. To be honest, my God. Because when I was in Hong Kong, we went to like the movie stores and stuff like that. But their prices are like really expensive. Like you'd have to go to like second-hand stores to like get reasonably priced like Hong Kong movies and just anything in general. But like if you want like a brand new Blu-ray, there it's about £45. So it's about what, $40 or $50? Is it? I don't know. It's just really expensive. Like it's crazy in Asia for like, but then you go online and then they're a lot cheaper sometimes. It's yeah. But the thing is also in Asia, like streaming is such a big commodity. They don't really buy physical compared to like how we are here. No. So because like a lot, obviously they in Asia they've got HMV, like we've got, but a lot of the stores have shut down because everybody's moved to streaming. It's the same as in Korea. Obviously, a lot of people stream their movies rather than buy them now. They just watch everything online because obviously they have the superior broadband. So yeah, Going Fu says we need to do a K-drama stream. Not kidding, like the older stuff from 2000, 2010. Yes, me and Erik will take part in that.
Tell me what to watch.
Yeah. Oh my God. Also, I'm planning to watch the 47 Ronin tomorrow. Is it any good?
Which one?
Yeah, which one?
I'm assuming not
Keanu Reeves
one. Not the Keanu one. I would assume because that is terrible. I remember going to see that Christmas, like expecting something good, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" I was at that point. I was like, Keanu Reeves is turning into the Nick Cage of like the 2010s, but he's kind of fixed himself now. So
those John Wick films have really like.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They've really, they've really changed him, and I really respect him. Respect his art in terms of like martial arts. He trains literally like Muay Thai and jiu-jitsu just so he could do what he can do. Like the knife defense, it's crazy.
I think the thing about Kit, he's just a nice guy as well. Like
you can't hate him.
Yeah, he's playing a tumbleweed in the new SpongeBob SquarePants movie. So what can you like? Yeah. He's playing a tumbleweed. So it's Have you ever seen him in that film called Knock Knock?
Oh, I've been putting it on.
Watch it. Oh man, seriously, like I reviewed that for a website, and then I went to see it, and there was about 4 people watching it with me, and that was it. It bombed, but I thought it was quite cool. Like,
is that the one directed by Eli Roth?
Yeah, it's got Ana de Armas in it, and Eli Roth's now ex-wife. It's not bad, but like I think that was like the first Keanu movie I watched in a while because I do love like 90s Keanu. Like Speed is like ultimately one of my favorite like action movies. My girlfriend has like a massive like crush on. She's had a crush on Keanu Reeves since she was like a child. She still loves him now. Like I still can't believe Bill and Ted 3 is coming out this year. That's crazy.
I don't know how they're gonna do that. Like
I know.
They're both so old. Are they still gonna do that voice?
Oh God, yeah. It wouldn't shock me. Like, would it shock you? Like, I used to love the animated show as well. Renee says, "Let's watch You Are Beautiful." You Are Beautiful is a great K-drama. Have you ever seen You Are Beautiful, Erik?
Yeah.
Oh God, like that is like pinnacle cheese. I think it only went for 1 season though, didn't it? I don't think it had more than one. That's the thing about K-drama. Sometimes they're 1 season most of the time. They never really continue. They just move to the next thing. But You Are Beautiful is worth a watch. Okay. Like,
I'll check it out. I will check it out.
Check it out. It'd be a nice little watch with you and the missus. Bit of You Are Beautiful and chill. Stiffy Kitten says, watch the Good Fight spin-off of The Good Wife from season 2, just for Michael Sheen. Just absolutely brilliant. I have never seen that. Michael Sheen kind of scares me sometimes, even though he's Welsh. But yeah, what else have we got?
He's really good at like these impressions. He's.
Have you seen the Chris Tarrant one on Quiz?
No.
It's so scary.
Eric, you in the US, you have one. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Right, with it's like a game show. Well,
you can win £1 million. Yeah.
So in the UK, we have it, and I know it's in the US as well. But this guy cheated on it by having someone cough at the right answers, and then they made it into a drama.
Yeah.
And Michael Sheen plays the
host.
The host, and he's so good at.
He's imitated so many like people, hasn't he? Like
he's done Tony Blair twice in 2 different films.
Tony Blair. He's done. Is it John Frost? He's done Brian Clough, famous football manager in the UK. Like he's done so many. Like he's a great like character actor. It still makes me. I still always get shocked that he was married to Kate Beckinsale and had a child with her.
No way.
See, exactly. That is the reaction everybody says. He was married to Kate Beckinsale. Their daughter is like 18, 19 now. She's in university.
So,
exactly.
But they did do that film together with the
Underworld. Yeah. But do you know she actually had an affair in the second one with the director of Underworld while they were meant to make it? And then Michael Sheen left the second Underworld and then made Rise of the Lycans with another director. But now she's divorced from that director and now is dating like a 19-year-old guy.
Want to hear another marriage story?
Yes.
Ever hear of Jean-Michel Jarre? He was a electronic musician going all the way back to the 70s. You ever heard Oxygen, the song from the 70s? Well, anyways, he's an electronic guy and he's been doing stuff. So I've been listening to him for ages. And I look online and I find out he's married to Gong Li now. And I'm like, this like French dude or whatever is married to Gong Li. I was like, this is crazy.
I mean, her movies with Zhang Yimou, like, are just amazing. She's in the new Mulan film. I think she plays I think she's a bad guy in it or something.
Oh, she's the villain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the same with Hong Sang-soo and Kim Min-hee. Like, how that ever happened.
Yeah.
I will never understand, but I really do like the Kim Min-hee, Hong Sang-soo movies. They are like very good films.
Yeah. Well, he pretty much did a film about their relationship. Oh, I'm trying to think which one it was, where he's having. Is it the day after? It might be the day. I can't. It might be the day after.
To be fair, most of the Kim Min-hee ones are about relationships anyway. Like like on the beach at night alone is like a massive like relationship like heavy movie, isn't it? So but so's Grass. I still haven't seen Hotel by the River. That's the only one I need to see now.
That film.
I've got the Blu-ray from the States, but I haven't watched it yet. Cinema Monologue says, oh wait a minute, sorry. Stiffy Kitten says, oh no, we've had that one. Cinema Monologue says Jean Wang Bing is a master. Love till madness, do us part, and bitter money. Anybody? No comments.
No.
Oh, okay. Roman, you need to explain more. Premium Blu-ray says Dev's new TV series is supposed to be good. I would highly recommend Dev's. I'm only on episode 2, but I'm loving it. Stiffy Kitten says I changed my name on Facebook to Goat Williker. Anybody get the reference? No, neither do I. Schluffmerk, I just turned in this minute, but did mention the subway scene in Goblin.
Goblin.
I haven't seen Goblin. It's a K-drama.
No, neither have I. Okay, I will. Okay, that's on the list. Where a character don't succeed in suicide attempt because the Gong Yo gives him a Subway sandwich, and that character can give his daughter something home from school instead of killing it. Oh my god!
If that really happens, that would be one of the greatest shows of all time.
Okay, right. Okay,
I need to watch it now.
Yeah, you have like changed my life with this one. What is like South Korean Subway is really weird. Their association with sandwiches is I don't get it. Gene says, haven't seen Bitter Money wet, but Till Madness 2 as part. Bruv, that's something. Okay. We're bad with that. Stevie King, Friday Night Dinner is brilliant. Mark Heap from Spaced Wilson. Friday Night Dinner, watch it. It's so good. Graham, hello Graham. He says he hates Amazon too. Who doesn't hate Amazon?
Have you seen that video that they give out to their staff about unions?
What, tell them not to join unions?
Yeah, and how to like if you hear rumblings of a union, what to do, like how to go about in telling them.
What?
Yeah, it's really like hardcore. Like what language people use, the way people are acting. It's on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah,
and it got leaked.
That's crazy.
And no one denied it. Like I think a lot of people that work for Amazon said, yeah, we all had to go through this. It's crazy.
I didn't know that. Like, especially in the UK though, like trade unions are like a fundamental part of like blue collar life. Like, I think any job that I've been in, you've been a member of a union. Like, God,
yeah,
I don't get it. That's crazy. I want to go on an Amazon warehouse tour though. Like, I'm very interested to see how they hide all the bad sides of it. Like, I'm intrigued. Premium Blu-ray says a lot of movies on iTunes now cheap. Chaser is on, I think. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not very good with that. I'm not very good with iTunes, but I will have a look. I'm spending too much money on streaming paraphernalia right now. So
I got a £10 voucher when I got my phone, and I really don't know what to spend it on. Yeah.
Did you buy your phone outright?
No. On a contract. O2 gave it to me.
I bought my iPhone on like straight off, and I got nothing.
Who are you with?
O2.
I went to. So my wife got nothing either, but because I work in Soho, which is like dead centre, like West End, I went to the one on
Soho.
Oxford Street, which is their flagship store, and they're giving out slices of cheesecake to people, and like I got a cup, you know those reusable cups. I got £10 voucher. I got a candle and some toiletries, all in this blue O2 tote bag, and I'm like. I'm showing everyone at work. I'm walking in with it, and like people go, "What have you got in there?" I go, "I've got a scented candle." You know, I've got. They were offering me cheesecake, and I was like, "Going, no, I'm staying off the carbs today." And, you know, but it's just like, yeah, £10 iTunes voucher. I don't know what to spend it on.
Dude, I honestly cannot like believe that. That's magical.
My wife is still fuming that she didn't get any of that.
I've been with O2 for 15 years.
Because she went the day after, and she goes, "My husband got all of this. What are you guys giving? Nothing." But that was like in Hackney. So what do you expect?
Well, yeah, that is Hackney. Oh,
yeah.
God. Hey, Hackney's like fixing itself though. It's not too bad there.
Yeah, we're getting there.
I like the cinema in Hackney.
The Rio.
Yeah.
Rio Cinema. That's just around the corner from me.
If only I knew that. I'm still waiting for an invite to your house for a cup of tea, to be honest.
Yeah, we should do that. You should come along as well.
Everybody come to us flat in London.
Yeah, I'll fly over.
Yeah. Do it. Right, what else have we got in the comments? Marvel Fan 45. I'm trying to find the longest foreign movies that are considered masterpieces like Human Condition, Seven Samurai, Love Exposure, etc. Any recommendations? Elephant Standing Still.
And Still. Yeah, I was about to say that.
Yeah,
have you seen it, Summer Day?
Ooh, yeah, and obviously Yi, I guess. Well, Yi is only 3 hours, but still. Yeah. Santana Targo, maybe.
Eric, what do you think of Elephant Sitting Still?
I really enjoyed it. Yeah. For some reason, with a long movie, it's really got to keep you going somehow, and that one did. I really like the character conflicts in it, and when the characters start to get fed up with stuff, you're kind of on their side a little bit when they're getting frustrated, and that kind of kept me going throughout the film, in addition to all the technical stuff.
Yeah.
No, it feels like a lifetime I watched that, because they released it in the UK just before Christmas, didn't they? Was it 2018?
I think it was it DVD? Was it on Blu-ray or DVD?
Yeah, DVD. There's no Blu-ray in the UK. Because I had a screener to review, and then it gave me 24 hours to watch and write about it, and it was like
24 hours to watch that long.
Watch and write it, because it was just before Christmas and like deadlines were getting a bit tight. But I remember when I finished it though, I took a really long breath after it just to like compose myself. It is like, I don't know if I'll ever revisit it, but I respect that film a lot.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it?
And also, the story behind it is absolutely, like, to think also what potentially would have come from him after that.
Yeah,
that's the sadness of it.
Yeah. He could have made just shit films after that. Really,
he could have.
Let's be honest, and
he could have been like Richard Kelly, make Donnie Darko, and then Southland Tales. Even though I rewatched Southland Tales recently, and I'm like. Anyway, who else have we got? Kuckerberg. Anyone else still love the old Hong Kong Legends DVDs? Also, anyone have the full set 100 plus something titles yet? Some of the hard to find titles are pretty overpriced on Amazon, eBay. Any of you guys collect them?
No, I don't collect them. No, but and there's so many great titles in there, aren't there? I mean, is it a US collection, or is it UK and US?
I'm really bad at following distribution companies.
Yeah.
A lot of times I'll buy the movie and sometimes I won't even know who released it.
Yeah. I'm the same nowadays, but that's why I tend to like. I mean, the only way I can keep up with it is when it's like the Eureka or Arrow, their big announcement days. Yeah.
Yeah. I that's the only time I ever keep track on them now, because you get so many like labels disappearing in the UK. Like the Thunderbird released a couple of Lee Chang-dong movies, and Koreeda. Now they're finished again. Now, like there's always change, so it's just I just don't follow them anymore. It's just
they had Shoplift. Did they have Shoplifters?
Shoplifters and Burning, yeah,
and they've already gone.
Well, they were around a lot before then anyway, but I don't really know the full story, but something tells me that they didn't make the money that they expected from both those titles either, especially with Shoplifters. Like, I think they were hoping for better, because domestically it didn't do very well domestically in the UK.
Yeah, well, Third Window almost went bust until Arrow sort of like bailed them out, which is made everyone happy.
Yeah, but
sad.
I don't know. But obviously we've got a few boutique title lads in here, like Elliot and Graham. They know their stuff with lines. What else have we got? Why Don't You Play in Hell is my favorite song. Is that?
Yeah, that's such a fun film. I recently got a Blu-ray of it from Germany, which I'm going to show
with subtitles.
With English subtitles, yeah. It's released by a company called Midori. Yeah, I'll show it in one of my next videos. Oh, what a fun film, though. This last fight scene is so crazy.
Yeah, it's high on my list of favorites from him. Oh, my personal favorite, actually, and some people might laugh at me, but I really like Tag a lot.
Oh, yeah, Tag is brilliant.
Somebody sent me Tag once, and I just left it to the side for a long time.
Have you still got it?
Yeah, I've still got it. Yeah, but probably it's the only Sean Sonner I've actually got. I've got like boxes in like a wardrobe that I hide because I have too many like check discs from companies. Strange Circus is disturbing and awesome. Strange Circus.
Yep, that's the one you got to watch.
Coldfish affected me in a bad way. Loved it, but it was a bit extreme, tough to watch. My missus walked in on me at the wrong part of the movie. Oh, that happens to everybody, I think. Like, oh god, I remember not awkward, but like one Christmas, I was at my mother's house, and for some reason they released Black Swan on Christmas Day on Sky Movies. Like, and my mum was like, "Oh, I've heard so many good things about this movie. We should watch it." And then I was just like, "Sure, I know what happens in this film, but yes, we can." And it was just like, do you know when you just have an awkward moment with your family? It was just one of them. But then, funnily enough, I went to see. Have you heard about that Hustlers film with Jennifer Lopez?
Oh, I've heard of it.
The strip, yeah. Me and my mum go to the cinema every 3 weeks because she works in the hospital, so she doesn't always have time. So like we do like the free movies on a Tuesday, so she comes with me for free. And then I said to her, "What do you want to go watch tonight?" She said, "I want to go see Hustlers." So like I went to watch a stripper movie with my mum, which it felt alright, but it was still a bit weird.
I watched Tetsuo the Iron Man with my dad one time.
Did he like it?
Yeah, he did.
That's all right. If you've got, it can be weird, can it? But everybody's.
I watched Brokeback Mountain with my mum.
Oh, did you?
On Sky, yeah.
Yeah.
She was crying. She was crying for the film.
I cry at the end. Every time. I've rewatched Brokeback a lot because I do think it's a very good film. No, I concur with you, man, on that one. What else have we got? Kickerberg Santana Tago just got a Blu-ray release. I believe they only have UK DVD at the moment, but the runtime is epic. About 6.5 hours runtime. Yeah, Blu-ray is out on Monday. Curzon Home Cinema. That is not an advert for Curzon Home Cinema, but buy it if you want it. Apparently, it's a very good transfer, but my copy has yet to arrive. Cinema Monarch says the Yellow Sea is a brilliant as well if you love The Chaser and The Wailing. Best use of bone as a weapon since 2001.
Oh yeah.
Seriously?
Chicken bone.
Chicken bone?
I think so. Yeah, I think it was a chicken bone, wasn't
it? I can't, do you know? Yeah.
I think it was a chicken bone.
Yeah. It's really. I got it really cheap on Amazon for like £5 compared to The Chaser. It's just like, how is that so cheap? But The Chaser. It's from the same director.
Who uses a chicken bone as a weapon, though? Like, that's my question.
Looked like it worked pretty good.
Well, okay. I feel like I just need to see it for. I'm sure I'd like it for that anyway. But it's like even in John Wick 3. Do you know, like when he's fighting in the library and he just like kills the guy with the book? Like, yeah. I sat in the cinema watching that and I laughed my head off. And people are just so quiet looking at me.
I was the same. Every time I watch a John Wick film in the cinema, I'm just laughing my head off.
Yeah.
Like when he picks up the pencil and he starts fighting with the pen. But when he breaks that, he puts it in his diaphragm, slams it in his diaphragm, doesn't he? With the book, I thought, oh, that's brilliant.
It's the same with Mike's First Love, though. Do you know, in the apartment with the old woman?
Yeah,
I'm not going to say that what happens in that scene, but I laughed my head off when that happened.
Yeah,
but you just don't see it coming. But people, like, I don't know if it's about the British cinema going public, but they're just so revered. Like, just I'm going to sit here and not show emotion or laugh at all at random situations. But the minute that happened, I was in hysterics. I couldn't stop laughing. But
have you ever been to a cinema with a Korean audience? They do not like. A lot of them do not like seeing violence at all. I've seen Korean girls just completely like covering their eyes through violent scenes. It's like,
interesting,
which is crazy.
No, I never had that. Like in when you go to Cannes, like Cannes like a mixed bag. Like Venice, Italian audiences are a bit like vocal if they're not happy about something. Like we watched I don't know. Oh, have you ever seen The Favourite from Yorgos Lanthimos?
Yeah.
Yeah, like there was a guy sitting next to me. He was an older guy, and he was just going like this, like this. And I asked him, at the end of the film, what was wrong? And then he said, "Oh, these translations are terrible. I speak Italian," and just like through the whole film, he's just going like this all the time. Like, watch the movie. But yeah, that's the interesting thing when you got different audiences. Like even when I went to see Long Day's Journey in Hong Kong, and like that, because I saw it in London and then I saw it when I went to Hong Kong in January, and like the audience there were just like so quiet. Nobody moved. Nobody touched their phone. Like I don't know if you get it in the States, but like in the UK, people are always on their phone watching movies. Like,
I go up to people.
Yeah,
you
that guy.
I'm that guy that gets so wound up. Like only when I go to take my daughter to the cinema, like when I take to because in Hackney there's a cinema called Genesis, and they do this like weekends for kids and stuff. So I took my daughter to see Angry Birds 2, and there was this woman on eBay, and I said to my wife, I'm just going to go to the toilet. And then she saw me. I didn't even go to the toilet. I went straight up to her, and I just see my wife like starting to go like, "Oh, he's not." And I went, "Could you get off, please? For the love of God, get off your phone." Like it's so distracting. It's so dark that cinema, and all you can see is this woman's phone, like looking at dresses on eBay. I was fuming.
I got a better one for you, Hutch.
Throughout the whole film.
I got a better one for you. I went to see Headshot in New York City because I was working in New York City that week, and I just stayed the weekend and to watch Headshot from the Mo Brothers, the Indonesians. And during the movie, like 10 minutes into the film, a lady gets up in the front row, turns around, and starts taking pictures with the flash on of her kids watching the movie. And she did it like 3 times, and these 2 big dudes got up and they said, "Turn off the effing phone." She just sat down and watched the movie.
But why would you do that? That's just weird.
That is just really, that is utterly random.
That is rude.
Like, yeah, like I teach at an art center that's got a cinema, and like one time I was teaching, and then between like classes, one of the stewards came up to me and showed me this CCTV. This woman literally had I think they were playing like a Disney movie. She just had a phone like this on front of the screen with a flash on it. She was just recording like the movie right there and then. She had 4 kids with a pram, like a push trolley for a kid, and like literally they had to just like tell her she had to leave there and then and delete everything from then. She went mental. She said, "Well, I paid to come here." It's like, yeah, but we tell you at the beginning you cannot use your phone to record a movie.
Oh my God. I've never actually seen someone do that.
Well, that's a problem I have sometimes because I've been to a few concerts last year because Dion, if you haven't heard of Bandmade, listen to some Bandmade. They're a Japanese hard rock band. So I saw them in New York City. And sometimes people just have their phone up like the whole concert, just like recording it. Why don't you just enjoy it while you're there instead of just recording it to enjoy when you get home?
I did see Baby Metal when they were with the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I was just like, these chicks are crazy. I loved it.
You like Band-Aid.
I'll give it a go, man. Like I'd like to go see them just do their own show. I've heard their shows are crazy. Right, back to the chat. Premium Blu-rays. I got Yellow Seat on iTunes. Tend to try before you buy, as it's cheaper on iTunes, and then you will buy the Blu-ray if the film is great. That I wish I actually followed that policy before, because I used to be so bad for blind buying. I don't know if you guys have ever been the same, or are you wiser purchasers of physical media?
No, I've blind bought stuff, but most of the stuff that I have in my collection I really enjoy. But I have had some. I've gotten stung.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh God.
I mainly get that with Korean cinema nowadays. But I find more newer releases, so I've sort of stopped buying blind from like Korean cinema.
Yeah.
It's quite hard. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Marvel Fan 45 says 47 Ronin, not the Keanu one. So what's your thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there was an old one from way back,
I've
maybe
not
the
seen
40s. That was good. I liked one that was called Chushingura, which was basically the 47 Ronin story. That's the one I like quite a bit, but there's been multiple versions throughout the years.
Cool. Okay.
I just saw Renee's comment. Hair Extensions is a fun horror film from Shion Sono. That's one of the few that I've not seen. I think it's called Exte.
Correct.
Yeah. I've not seen it. It's about like I think it's about hair extensions that go crazy. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a little bit more, believe it or not, it's more of a low-key Sono film. But the hair extensions do come into play, and there are some wacky scenes, but it's a good flick.
I love And somebody was selling Guilty Romance on one of these Blu-ray pages I'm on, but I forgot to buy it off him before somebody else bought it the other day earlier. Quite sad about that one. Do you have the Magic Monkey box set? Thinking of the pulling that out of the binge watch, such a large part of my childhood.
I used to watch it on TV, but I've never thought about getting. I know it's on DVD, DVD box set of it, or it used to be on Bravo. Does everyone remember?
Oh Bravo? Wow, Bravo! Yeah, I remember Bravo for many things. Huss.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. It was this channel that was pretty much for men.
Yeah.
And they used to show some of the craziest stuff, like they used to show like the old school anime that was violent and like horror movies, like Urotsuki Doji and
they showed that.
Yeah, they also
that channel.
They also showed some like the old horror movies like Vampros, Lesbos, and all these like crazy movies. They were like they were
used to get like random stuff like like the adult version of Ren and Stimpy that used to be on it. Used to get like what else did you get? Do you remember, was it Space Ghost? Ghost? Yeah, Space Ghost used to be on it, like the talk show and everything. Like it had like so much random pop culture from across the world. Bravo was so good back in the day. What else have we got? Stiffy Kittens. We've got that one. Also, what do you think of the live action Monkey Magic film? Any comments, gents?
Which one is it? Are they talking about Chinese Odyssey?
Maybe.
The Stephen Chow movie.
I don't know. Stiffy Kittens.
Have you seen that? Have you seen?
Elaborate.
That's weird. There's a Chinese Odyssey, the Stephen Chow, like it's about the Monkey King, but I'm not seeing the live action Monkey Magic. Unless that you're talking about like a feature length of the TV show. I don't know.
What else have we got? West of the tracks, Wang Bing follows workers in an industrial city decline around 2004 parks around 10 hours, if you remember correctly. A bit. Jean-Michel Jarre is huge in China. If I'm not mistaken, he was the first Western artist to play in post-Mao China.
My boy.
See, there we go.
Now it makes sense. He's big in China. Now it makes sense why he's married to Gong Li.
Roman knows his shiz. Wang Bing is a Chinese documentary filmmaker, possibly the greatest, working right now with Frederick Wiseman. Roman is the king of docs. Like he reviews a lot of documentaries on his channel, and he's very informative. Even like his like best of the decade list actually had a lot of documentaries on it. If anybody would check that out. Also, he's a good guy. And he lives in Paris now. So he's closer to us. Eurostar, my friend. Meet us in London. We can go to FOP and buy all the Blu-rays, and Hus can take us for cake. Again. Oh, that cake. Anyway, Stiffy Kittens. Goat Williker was on this year's season of CYE when Jeff and Larry had an argument, and Larry said, "Call me GW." and also that painting of Susie.
Really cool.
I'm assuming, it's about Curly
Yeah.
Brain. Yeah.
Yeah, one where he has a painting of her.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Who's Goat Whittaker in that?
I'm trying to think.
That is such a funny episode, though. That painting of her. Do you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, guys? Do you know who Susie is from Curb Your Enthusiasm? She's Jeff's wife. She's like this terrifying, like a New York Jewish woman who just swears a lot, and it's just this picture of her. And this painting, and she looks just like she's not even smiling, like angry woman. Yeah, it's quite a funny episode. Yeah.
Carl is asking, are you guys having many issues with orders taking so long? I had an order dispatch from the US. This seller usually takes 10 days. It's now been 5 weeks. I purchased from Wow HD stateside just before Easter, and my package arrived this morning. So that was like a fortnight. So I've not had many problems. I know, Huss, you've had the issues with Taiwan, but Taiwan's completely locked, isn't it? So nothing's going to come from.
I know US is now going. Is US on a lockdown? I know they're not.
You can buy from certain sellers in America. Like you can't buy from Amazon right now. You can buy from Wow HD as per, but obviously they don't do tracking, so you're never going to know when you're going to get your package.
Yeah.
But I would say from what I've gathered from a few people online is that it's going to take maybe 2.5 weeks maybe for them to arrive, which is nothing really. Obviously, if you buy them from Asia, it's a different story.
I think people are fuming about that Bruce Lee Criterion box set.
It's just the rights, isn't it? Like,
because
it's never going to happen here.
But they're ordering it from America. And then, Erik, have you seen the Criterion Bruce Lee box set?
I watched the video that Daisuke did on it, so I know that.
Yeah, so I know loads of people are ordering it, and they're just like,
I feel like that's going to go out of print,
Yeah,
man. I better get on that if I want it, right?
Yeah, the buzz on that is quite big. Like, I've asked a friend that lives in the States if he could just order it for me, and then he'll just ship it over. So he's ordered it from Criterion. So at least I feel like I have a safe track to owning that set. But have you ordered it?
No, I'm in two minds about it because it's quite expensive, but I have all those titles already.
Yeah.
So I really don't know, and like if the extras, I mean, I know it's quite controversial to say this, but I would have liked to see Bay Logan be involved in it because his knowledge on Bruce Lee is, the best.
On Daisuke's video, does it actually tell you what the extras and stuff are on the discs, or is that not released yet?
You know what? I don't even remember. Sorry, Daisuke.
I think Mike Leader's doing a audio commentary on there. It's like a British martial arts. He's done stunt work in Hong Kong cinema. But
I'm sure it's gonna be thorough set though. Like,
yeah,
I think anyway. Premium Blu-rays. Anyone seen Japanese film called Hamominium? Highly recommended. Harmonium.
In Harmonium.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good.
I concur.
Yeah. You concur.
Like, it's got a UK release, Masters of Cinema.
Is it a Masters of Cinema release? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know. I'm really bad with Masters of Cinema lines. What else have we got? Brilliant Legacy from 2009 is a fantastic K-drama. That is one I've actually had on my list but still not watched it. Have you watched it, Erik?
Made me a fan of Hyo Han. That's a good one.
I cannot believe that K-drama has become the subject of this live stream today. Like, I did not
You're going to K-pop soon as well.
Like literally, like I feel like we're gonna have to like make like proper like K-pop videos, like reviewing, like little hearts and stuff like popping up on screen.
Bleach our hair as well.
Oh man, it's gonna be lit. Like I've got ideas brewing in my mind. Carl's asking, was trying to show my kids the original series of Monkey Magic, but they weren't having any of it. Best theme tune ever. Oh.
Monkey Magic. Magic.
I feel like Carl is really trying to convert his family to many good things. Frozen 2 seems to be the ultimate winner in his house. He actually sent me a picture of his new Blu-ray display case the other day. It's very impressive. Like, I'm not going to say much, but if I could commission him to make one for me, I would. But I showed it to my girlfriend and said, "You're not having that." So, yeah, it's very sad, but it's very, I liked it a lot. Corona COVID. God. Hello, humans. Oh, God. We've got longest foreign movies, Leopard and Napoleon, both available on BFI. Yes, Napoleon is, oh my God, I can't even remember now. Is it not like 8 hours? Where is it? Have you ever heard about this? Was it like 1927 it came out, I think? It's like one of the longest, like it's definitely, it's like one of the longest movies like ever made. Try to find it. It is officially, it's a 4-hour runtime, but I thought it was longer than that for some reason. Oh God, I still can't believe there's a Corona person. Oh, the messages are deleted on the Corona COVID person now. I'm devastated. I'm assuming, is Corona COVID a troll maybe? I don't know. Yeah. So Carl Hobday, Sandy and Pigsy can be pit fighting. Oh God. Those old Hong Kong line titles with those old Bay Logan audio commentaries.
Yeah. Bay Logan.
Obviously, you've mentioned him already, but any further comments on Bay Logan?
He was like the martial arts expert. Like, obviously, there's a bit of controversy with him at the moment, but I think he was doing a lot of the 88 films stuff at the beginning. And I used to listen to his commentary. I thought it was like, I don't usually listen to many commentary. Like with Tony Raines, I definitely do, but there's not many I do listen to. Do you guys listen to much commentary on releases?
And I think it depends how much I like the film, really, or if I'm interested to learn more.
I've got a Handmaiden, not Handmaiden, Housemaid, which is a Korean film.
Yeah,
an old Korean film, and the commentary is done by Park Chan-wook on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think it just depends.
But... Yeah, he used to be a film critic before he was a director.
Do you know? Like, I think outside of the UK and like France is like prime for like film critics that turn into directors like Romer, like Truffaut. Got that. They've all written film reviews before they became. I think like Bong Joon-ho like was a journalist at some point as well, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it's the best way. Like, I think it's better for you to learn how to criticize a film before you make your own. But at the same time, if you speak to a director and say their film is shit, you say, well, try and make your own movie. So, so do you listen to commentaries, Erik, or nah?
I've been doing it more often lately. I've been trying to work them in a little bit more. Yeah.
I just try, but Stiffy Kittens, I had a book shipped from America the beginning of March and is still stuck in California. I think if anything goes through New York or California, it's not a good place for them to fly from. Like New York is like, I know some people like their mail is like stuck. It's been stuck there for a while. You're not going to get it anytime soon if it's in NYC, definitely. Kuckerberg, these old Hong Kong Legends DVDs, UK titles were so good, apart from the ones that suffered the BBFC cuts. The good old BBFC.
BBFC.
Oh, God.
Did you hear that guy who protested the BBFC, that he filmed a 6-hour movie of paint drying because they have to sit through and watch these movies so they can, say what they want to cut and everything. And out of protest, he'd done a 6-hour film of paint drying and paid, I think, £250 to give it to him to sit for 6 hours to watch it. And they had to sit and watch it for 6 hours. Bastards. They're in Soho as well.
I applied for a job at the BBFC once. Didn't get anything. Didn't even get an interview. Didn't even get a rejection letter.
Yeah, you should put arsehole as like you describe yourself. Then you would have got the job.
You had to. You had to tell them like your taste in film and stuff, and explain like why you think you do a good job. But I was just like, I watch movies, I analyze them anyway. Like, what is there not to like?
Yeah.
What else do you do? Apparently, there's like a score sheet, and then they have to like tick things off as you go through the film, and then they decide. Yeah. It's a really weird process. Kuckerberg also says Tag was mad fun. Yeah. Okay, I will have to find my copy of Tag wherever it is in this office of mine. Stiffy Kittens, yes, I know. It's only watching it back now I realize how weird it was. Kuckerberg says, love Cold Fish. La Dolce Vita, haha, cool parents. I don't even know. I'm assuming that's when we were talking about movies earlier. What else have we got? Where are we? Curb. Oh, God, I think I went a bit too far. Chicken Bone Killer Joe. Oh, Killer Joe. Oh, God.
I've not seen it.
Yeah. Killer Joe is pretty decent, actually. I liked the trailer for Hustlers. I wanted to work with animals, then switches her to wearing a fur coat. Yeah, that's Hustlers, but it's still a great watch, I think. My stepdad says, evening all. Hello, Adrian. How are you? How was your drive back from London today? And is my mother drunk yet? That's my only question to you. Watched Little Joe the other day. That is a strange one. Incredible Scott. Little Joe is the Jessica Hausner movie, I think, is it? And I think I didn't like it. Yes, it was decent, but I wasn't incredibly in love with that film. But that's just my opinion. Stiffy Kittens, look up Commode and Kurt. The movie goes code to conduct video. Commode loves the BBFC. He hates them. He absolutely, like, because he's well, I mentioned it before, but like he's trying to get the Devils like brought out in the UK uncut with the bone scene. I don't know if you ever heard of the bone scene in the Devils, but it's very saucy, and he's trying to get that out, but BBFC won't pass it, and Warner Brothers don't want to release it. But I think Commode has had a lot of issues with them in the past anyway.
What's your thoughts on Mark Commode?
Who?
You,
Eric?
You guys. Dion, Eric, do you know Mark Commode? He's a British movie reviewer.
I've seen some videos with his reviews on YouTube before. And I'm most familiar with him because there was a troll on IMDb who used his name to like torment people.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was just a picture of Kermode's face. I'm like, who's this guy? What's this picture of this guy? This troll. And I had to look it up. I'm like, oh.
He's such a greaser. I love him. Like the thing is, like Macamo is like the godfather of like film criticism now. Like obviously Philip French used to be like our main like critic, but Commode's kind of like taking that mantle now. But, like even his like story. Have you seen the Stories of Cinema show that he does on? He like covers different genres. Like he hasn't done like Asian cinema yet, has he? No. But like he covers different topics, like war, superhero movie, like horror, anything, and like there's like a 1 hour analysis of what makes the perfect like topic like films. It's really worth a watch. But he's also a nice guy, so I met him once or twice. And he's always nice with people, and he has time to like talk to you, even if it's for like 1 or 2 minutes. He'll talk to you, and he's very good at giving advice.
I always see him in Soho, and I'm so intimidated to go up and talk to him
because of be with him.
Because of all his rants. I mean, his rants are some of the best videos I've seen.
Sex in the City 2.
Sex in the City.
His review is amazing.
Yeah, and anything with Michael Bay.
Yeah, he hates Michael Bay. His Transformer reviews are like worth watching more than watching the movies. Yeah. He's one of those. What else have we got? Roman says there were a few stories about people filming the Harry Styles scenes in theatre during Dunkirk. Didn't experience it myself, but I know people in Toronto who had that happen. That is true. Timothée Chalamet fans are exactly the same. Like we when we were in Venice, we watched The King, and the cinema got bombarded with Timothée Chalamet fans to watch the movie. So all the fire codes got broken because people were sitting in alleyways and stuff like that. The minute his name came on the screen at the beginning, they were just clapping and screaming for him. And every time he was in the scene topless, cameras would be everywhere. And then because in Venice you have security guards all across the aisles in the theatre, because obviously they're world premieres. So like they have like laser pointers, and literally they were just pointing at girls all the time. It was crazy. Like it's the same with Dakota Johnson. Dakota Johnson has a crazy following like online, and they follow her everywhere. But like every time I've gone to a Timothée Chalamet film in a festival, girls, boys, they fly from all across like Europe to like go to red carpets, and they'll queue outside the red carpet from like 6 a.m. that morning until he turns up at nighttime to try and get a picture with him. Like that's crazy fandom. Like that's like Huss level stalking like Lee Chang-dong and like Koreeda like outside. Just like he's coming over there. I know he is. Like, and
do you know,
limousine's going.
I'm not gonna lie. You know when Bong Joon-ho was going to do a talk at the BAFTA? I got 2 seats. I was only going on my own. One at one exit, one at another exit.
Oh my god!
I know.
Seriously,
because he's like one of my favorite directors, and I know that's really sad, isn't it?
That's dedication, though.
That's dedication.
Like,
yeah.
Like I had a chance meeting with Guillermo del Toro at the BFI once, and that turned out all right. I just shook his hand and told him I love your movies, and then I walked away. But yeah, like one guy I know, he peed at the same time as Ryan Johnson at the BFI once, and they had a little discussion while peeing, as you do. So yeah, I think anytime you meet like these kind of people, it's always like you just don't really know what to say. But have you, being in New York, ever met anybody or seen somebody that you want to talk to or not, Eric?
Nope. The only celebrity I ever saw was Richard Simmons at an airport.
Seriously?
Sweating to the oldies. He's exactly like he is in real life that he is in his videos.
Seriously? Oh my god. I thought you'd have said, I don't know, like one of my friends goes to Colombia, and like he said like he sees people all the time. Like he goes to Lincoln Center quite a bit, and he just says like this director's always there, like going to watch other movies like constantly. Like whenever I eventually turn up in New York, I hope that will happen to me. I doubt it though. Knowing my luck, I'm going to see Michael Bay.
What would you say to him?
Your movies are shit. Stop making movies.
Yeah.
Well, like I Pain and Gain is alright though.
I think he makes films for like teenage boys. That's what it is, isn't it? Really, like sexualized women, guns, violent.
I think because he became so memeable, I think that's why a lot of film people have like kind of grown a bit of a hatred towards him. But hate is a strong word. A dislike maybe. But Nazarene Prod, I plan to watch Land of Hope and Love and Peace by Sono next week. Thoughts on Death Note live action movies? the Death Note live action movies are not very good.
I've not seen them. I've not seen them, but I heard bad
Seen
things.
is it the Bruce Willis? Is it Bruce Willis?
Death Note live action. Oh, you mean there's the Japanese ones and the American one.
Yeah.
The Japanese ones I actually kind of love, but I'm in the minority. The American one was an abomination.
I heard bad things about the American ones. They're Netflix exclusives, aren't they?
Yeah, the American one is.
Yeah. Premium Blu-ray is asking, do you have any film titles that you wish were films? Killer Zombie Nuns, etc.
No. A lot of the best film titles are Italian giallo films from the 70s or exploitation films. So they're already out there, all the best ones.
Yeah.
It's very seldom no. Will Philpin is back. Hello, Will. Welcome back, my friend. Will is from around my neck of the woods, so thank you for joining today, my friend. Renee, what's worse, the live-action Guyver film or Devilman live-action film? Guyver for me. But...
I thought Devilman was bad, but I haven't seen Guyver in years.
Did they do a live-action of Devilman?
In Japan, I know they did.
Oh my god. Oh my word.
Yeah.
But
sorry.
The live-action Guyver film had is it
Mark Hamill?
Mark Hamill was the bad guy.
Yeah, they released on Arrow. That's when I bought it, and then I flipped it straight away because it was terrible.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I'll give this a go, and it was, oh god, yeah, oh my god. What else have we got? Going through says, in regards to the extras on the Criterion box set, most of it is listed on their website. Okay, I will have a look on that one. Harmonium is such a brilliant film by La Dolce Vita. So Schloffen Merck, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Cinema Monologues, there is a 90-minute long talk between Jean-Michel Jarre and Richie Houghton on YouTube about Japanese culture, their work, Asian philosophy, learning Chinese for Gong Li. Okay.
I should watch that.
Yeah. I'm sure Gong Li speaks really good English, though. I could imagine.
Probably.
Yeah.
The Going Through says, can you guys tell me if they will be able to improve the picture quality of the Bruce Lee movies that were made in Hong Kong? I mean, compared to the Shout Factory upgrade. I've never seen the Shout Factory upgrade.
I haven't got the Shout Factory upgrades, but the last ones I've got, which were 4K remasters, the Korean ones, they're pretty good.
I think this is the thing, like, this technology has improved so much on restoration anyway. I cannot not imagine that they're not going to be good quality, like, additions. Yeah. What else have we got? Stiffy Kittens, Monkey Magic, LA lead role in Shingo Katori, directed by Kensuo Sawada, came out in 2007. Okay.
I didn't see that.
Thoughts on Serbian film, by the way, LMAO, trash, torture, porn, cinema. I watched it in uni with a gang of friends, and I just couldn't believe what I watched, really.
I want to watch it, but I don't want to have to blind buy a DVD. So I've been trying to find it streaming somewhere, and it just isn't uncut. I can't find it, but
it's never on like any streaming services. And like anytime you see the DVD, like it goes so like people buy it so fast. But
yeah,
I've seen it once, and I just don't think I could stomach it again. Like I've been told like there's a new a Czech film called The Painted Bird that's coming out. That's
I heard about that.
Yeah, there's like a similar kind of like tone to it. Maybe not as extreme as Serbian film, but it's very it's a difficult watch. But yeah, Serbian film for me is just never again. It's actually trash, like actual trash. Like the whole torture porn thing in cinema, like in the early 2000s, is baffling to me anyway. But like some of them are decent.
Have you guys seen Grotesque? The Japanese movie.
Yeah, I've seen Grotesque.
Yeah, I love the director. That one's different from his usual stuff.
Yeah. That film is it's non-stop though, wasn't it? It's just literally non-stop.
I do recommend Naked Blood from 1995 or 1996, which is real nasty, but I think it's interesting enough to be worth a watch.
Yeah, check that out.
Gung Fu says, I agree with Huss that they should have Bay Logan do the new audio commentary. Mike Leader is not as knowledgeable and interesting to listen to. Listen to Huss. Maybe you should like work for Criterion Huss and tell them what they need to be doing.
Yeah. I think I would like to see them get Bay Logan, but I just think with everything going on, because it's that whole Me Too thing. I mean, he was never. I don't want to really go into it because I obviously don't know enough about it. But I think they sort of like cut ties with him quite prematurely, which is a shame. But I don't know. You never know these things. Yeah.
Marvel fan 45 is asking Dion, have you high of what you want to review yet? I'm not really sure what that means. Can you elaborate on that one for me, please, Marvel? Stiffy Kitten says apparently they found an extra 20 minutes of Napoleon. I did not know that. I still need to watch that though. Bill Logan did the Hong Kong Legends audio commentary prior to the 88 films, which I have not heard. Everybody's talking about Hong Kong Legends today. I'm gonna have to look at Hong Kong Legends stuff. What else have we got? Will says, taking me back to my IMDb message board days. I miss the message boards. Do you guys? They were like,
I think they were highly useful. And the thing is, they could have cleaned up the popular, like the top 50 boards, and would have cleaned up 90% of the trolls. They just didn't want to, spend the money. But a lot of the sub boards were really helpful, man.
Yeah. I like there was nice communities, I think, in those like threads. But like, I think when people just talking trash was high quality humor, like especially if you just like had a long day, you just want to read some stupid trash about cinema.
Yeah.
When did they get rid of the message boards? It's only been a few years now, right?
Like maybe 2 years, I think.
Yeah. So strange, like, because I always anticipate that the review like sections might disappear eventually as well, but they're still there as well. Like, I always find it funny, like sometimes if you go back to like late 90s movies and like people review like early internet age, like it's just so weird to like look back and read them. Like, I don't even know why I read them sometimes, but there's a weird vibe to like think like how people are thinking then about a certain film, and like maybe somehow like that film's become a masterpiece or whatever. Like now, it's actually quite interesting. What else have we got? Kuckerberg says hopping vampires. Stiffy Kitten says Robbie Collins filled in for Commode 1 week and reviewed Jojo Rabbit. It was the most pathetic review ever. He interrupted Edith Bowman by going la 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 la. I don't like it because it wasn't Schindler's List. Yeah, Robbie went a bit wild with that one. With Robbie, it's like I know him in like some circles, but like it was a bit much when he did that with Edith Bowman. It was a bit of a it was a bit awkward. But he obviously felt really awkward after he did it. I think he kind of regrets it now. Anyway,
wasn't Robbie doing the interview with someone and they walked out?
Yeah, he did. When we were in Venice, he interviewed Joaquin Phoenix for the Joker, and Joaquin didn't like his question, and Joaquin walked out. But we were told, like a few of us like heard about what happened when we were in Venice, and then like when the film came out, everybody was like, "Oh my god!" But yeah, it was really, as you can imagine, it's not exactly the easiest of situations to handle. But Joaquin did come back, and then he spoke to him for the rest of the interview. So yeah, it was one of those, but it happens. Yeah, I've never had that situation yet. I've actually got I'm interviewing Stellan Skarsgård for Painted Bird.
Wow.
After this lockdown, I was meant to do it just before lockdown, but because Eureka aren't distributing it until later on, I don't get to speak to him until later on in the year. But I'm hoping it's around Dune time, so I can ask him questions about Dune also.
He's Baron Harkonnen, isn't he?
Yes, exactly. That's going to be interesting. Anyway. Kuckerberg. No, wait a minute. The only directors I got to meet in person were Charles Band and Lloyd Kaufman in the same day. I'd love to meet Lloyd Kaufman. Like, he seems like an absolute laugh of a person to meet. But directors are always awkward, though. Like, if you meet them in public, they're so... I don't know. Some of them are quite nerdy, so they don't really speak to people anyway. So trying to strike a dialogue with somebody like that is quite... Yeah. Kuckerberg, any else liked Ruined Heart with Tam Bandano Asano? The Christopher Doyle cinematography is lush. Christopher Doyle cinematography is peak cinematography.
Yeah,
indeed.
I picked up the third window release of that during the lockdown. Yeah.
What's going on with Christopher Doyle these days anyway? Like,
a lot of drinking.
He did the cinematography for my favorite romance film. It was a Chinese film called Green Tea, and he did the cinematography for that one.
Yeah. I love his whole story and just ending up in Hong Kong, and he's just such a free spirit. Like, anything you watch him and he's just yeah, I make these things, some of the best high caliber cinema you will see, and he's just half cut half the time. It's I made this movie. I'm really drunk right now. Critical acclaim. Crazy. I love him.
He was doing the cinematography for Anthony Bourdain's last TV show, or something to do with it in terms of camera work. Yeah, just before he passed away.
Interesting. Do you think he's gonna do the new Wong Kar-wai, if the new Wong Kar-wai is actually happening on there?
I don't know. He didn't do the Grandmaster.
No.
So
maybe they're friends. I hope they're friends still.
I hope so.
Yeah. Kuckerberg, Serbian film is really, really awful. Burns my ass when people claim it's well made. Yeah, that's not a well made movie. I don't even know why it even got made. Kuckerberg says Elite Grotesque was fun and quite comedic, though. Renee, Serbian film is awesome. Grotesque is a great date movie.
I think Audition's the best date movie.
Yeah, definitely.
This is what's going to happen if this date goes bad.
God, Lol Serbian film is garbage. Garden Variety, One Note Cinema, La Dolce Vita. Speaking of torture porn, have you seen The Men Behind the Sun, Hong Kong Odyssey Madness?
Oh, I've not seen it.
Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of it. I mean, it has some, a lot of torture stuff, and I like some of the nasty stuff, but I think it has to have something else to keep me going instead of just making my stomach upset. And that would make my stomach upset.
Yeah, I can. So it's just one of those continuous, just shock, 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 but no real structure to it.
Yeah, well, there's a little bit of a plot to it, but it's not really that compelling, in my opinion.
Okay. No wild character story arcs or anything like that.
No.
Damn. Character arcs are just, Peking Opera Blues was dope.
Yeah. Classic Choi Hart.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel Fan 45, sorry, spell check on my phone. Have you thought of a movie you want me to review yet? I still am thinking about it, Marvel. I will let you know tomorrow. I'm a bit, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll get back to you. Renee, The Man Behind the Sun is tame. We've got Stiff Kittens. Will the live action Akira ever happen? And should it be put on hold again? If it does, it should be a trilogy to cover the manga properly. Like I said, it sounds like it's happening, but I don't know.
I don't think it will. I don't think it will ever happen.
Will is asking, can you guys recommend any good groups on Facebook or elsewhere for good topics, chats on film? I'm not like a member of many like film groups. Like I'm on Cult Cinema Collectors, but that's mainly to buy movies. But it's always a good place to talk to people and meet people. But I'm not on many. Like I communicate through letterbox with most people. Like that's like my main point of discussion. Or obviously on Talking Movies, 8 p.m. GMT every Friday until the end of lockdown.
I mean, I'm a message board guy. I like message boards. I like the layout of a message board. I like going through, and they don't have. It's all like Facebook or Twitter, and I'll peruse, but it's not my style.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like I love a good message board, but I just don't go on them anymore. Like, are you on any chats?
Sometimes on the Asian Facebook groups. I know there's a few message boards, like Blu-ray.com has some good ones. But that's more about the Blu-rays, really. I mean, when there's a 4K movie announcement, like, oh, this is being remastered, that's when people really talk about the films. I mean,
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to stay away from the Facebook ones because I end up getting myself really wound up. Like at the moment with the DVD and Blu-ray ones, like these guys going out shopping, and I've written a few
Star Wars is coming out.
Yeah, that guy.
Gotta get to Walmart to buy that Star Wars Blu-ray because it's not going to be there after lockdown because it's going to be out of print. God, yeah, I don't get it. I don't. Each to their own. I do follow. I'm on like director specific like pages on Facebook. Like I'm on a David Lynch one. I'm on a Kubrick one. But those are the only two like I discuss on. Otherwise, no. But the problem with the director ones, they become really repetitive. Because they're like, what's your favorite? Or like, how would you rank? And it's just, sometimes it just doesn't become engaging. But Talking Movies, 8 p.m. GMT every Friday until the end of lockdown. This is the best place to come and chat about films right now, in my humble opinion.
I agree.
What else have we got? Will, that was his question. Then we got Dream Home is a great slasher film from Hong Kong. Ooh, I love a good slasher film.
Another Ho Chung Pang film. Very good flick.
Yeah. Do you know what slasher I watched? It's an American one though. I watched Cherry Falls the other day. Have you ever seen that one?
I keep passing it up.
It's not bad, you know. I actually bought the Blu-ray because I really dug it. It's so cliched, like post Scream, but it's the scene at the end, and it's really stupid. But I'm not going to say what it is, but let me know what you think of it after. But seriously, give it a go. It's just such an easy slasher. Like, yeah. I'll leave it at that. Got me looking to fill the IMDb message board shape hole in my life. Like I said, just Talking Movies, 8 p.m. GMT every Friday to lockdown. Best this guy. And Behind the Sun was at least. We should get some T-shirts, Huss. I think maybe that's the next step. And then all our guests get like a mug.
Yeah, we've bought.
So we'll ship a mug. Yeah. Do you like if you go on like Conan or like Colbert, you get like a mug? That's what we're gonna do.
A backdrop as well.
Yeah, definitely. What else have we got? Kuckerberg, Men Behind the Sun was at least interesting from a historical viewpoint. The Dolce Vita says Renee definitely not the toughest watch, but the real autopsy and historical context makes it interesting. Exploitation trash take, haha. What film was Renee talking about earlier now? I forgot.
Men Behind the Sun.
Oh, Men Behind the Sun. There's an actual real autopsy in the film.
Yeah, and in the sequel too, I think.
Nice. Okay. Roman is saying, Will Philpin, true film used to be pretty good. I'm guessing that's a thread or Reddit. I don't really have time for Reddit anymore, but it could be worth exploring. Yeah, I think Reddit is like a minefield. Yeah, I stay away from Reddit anyway. True film's good, yeah, good shout. The Swordsman with Sam Hui was dope. Third Window Blues are mad cheap at the moment. Too bad some of them have gone out of print though. Is there many Third Windows actually gone out of print?
There is a few.
So
not many though. I think
you're adding to the value of your collection right now, then, Huss.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how
they've got all the UK Katano releases, like apart from the three coming out from the BFI.
I'd like to know how much your collection is worth by now, Huss. I'd be very intrigued.
Yeah.
£300 Blu-rays everywhere.
Do you know, I could never spend £300 on a Blu-ray.
No, some people have recently. Okay, Memories of Murder. Let's not forget.
Yeah, the prices that's been going for is just crazy.
At least it's a bit more tame, but it's Criterion haven't announced the release for Memories of Murder yet, but I've been told it's the September release because they've had Marriage Stories on next month. Portrait of a Lady on Fire is next after that, and I think it'll be Irishman after that, and then it's Memories of Murder, and then Parasite might be in the new year. Even though I don't really know what kind of special features that's going to have. I'm assuming Parasite might be a box set. Going Fu says, I met South Korean director Kwai Jae-young, the Sassy Girls classic, Windstruck, etc. And he was very friendly, but I kick myself for not trying to talk him into getting his autograph. Autographs are always awkward. Like, I've never asked for an autograph of anybody I've ever met. I don't know why. Meeting them in person is more than enough for me sometimes. Cinema Monologue says, unpopular take, but I really like Lady in the Water, shot by Christopher Doyle. Any comments on that, gents?
Who was the director on that? Was it the
Shyamalan?
Shyamalan, wasn't it? Yeah.
I never saw it.
I never saw it either.
Wow. Okay. I can see the ratings on this. M. Night Shyamalan is somebody I just don't understand. Stiffy Kitten says best date movie is Hard Candy. Okay. Oh God. Have you ever seen Hard Candy?
Yeah.
With what's the name again? Alan Page.
Alan Page.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was a good one. Godfrey Ho directed some of the other Men Behind the Sun flicks. Will Philpin says, totally agree, message boards are good. Easy to keep track. They're more like an archive. That's very true. Question for Dino. Right, okay.
Dion.
Yeah, Dion. I don't mind Dino.
That's your new nickname now, Dino. Dino win. I used to visit Hong Kong up to twice a year, a couple of years. Did you go to the Bruce Lee movie locations? No, I did go to the Bruce Lee statue, which is by the water, and then I went through the Walk of Fame. I did say last time I put my hands in the Wong Kar-wai handprint, the Tony Leung, and the Maggie Cheung, because I wanted to be one with those people at that time. I've got a very embarrassing selfie of me with the Bruce Lee statue because that's what's going to happen. But yeah. But Hong Kong was fantastic. I definitely want to go back again after everything in Hong Kong's calmed down. Macau was pretty cool also. It's like a giant Vegas, which I love.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And the gambling that the Chinese do is crazy. I thought the movies were lying, but the movies aren't lying about Chinese gambling. It's they love
I've heard Macau's revenue is like 8 times bigger than Las Vegas.
It is, yeah. It's literally it. We went to maybe 3 or 4 different casinos just to explore. We did a couple of bit of roulette and stuff, but literally you saw guys with big chunks of cash with them. We spoke to one guy and he said some tables they put like up to like $500,000, like up to $1 million even on some tables, like on hands, and because obviously that's the only place that they can legally gamble in China, so they all just fly over. It's crazy, like yeah, but it's impressive nonetheless, because obviously they built. Macau used to be like 2 islands, and they've like built. It's a man-made in the middle, so like all the casinos are just like in one giant area. It's crazy. Like the Venetian is the biggest one I think they have, and yeah, I just couldn't believe. I knew it was going to be big, but it was big.
Well, but, you know, Chinatown in London is about 4, maybe actually 3 streets, and there's about 3 big casinos. In that area. It's just like the rent in those areas are so high, so they must be raking it in.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Chinatown's always busy as well in Soho, isn't it? Like every time, no matter where you go to. I go to the same Chinese restaurant every time in Soho because it's the best, but it's always difficult to get a table. Yeah, Kuckerberg says Poundland Hoarders, good old Poundland Hoarders. I haven't been to a Poundland in a long time. It's like a Dollar Tree. But,
everyone's buying Blu-rays from there nowadays.
Yeah, but it's £2, but sometimes you're buying crap though. Hate them groups that all they mention is latest popcorn fodder in cinema. Yeah, popcorn fodder cinema is something I avoid a lot. Like because at the beginning of the year I said on my channel I'm not going to review like any big title movies like blockbusters anymore, because I hate doing it, and I've just kind of just like succumbed to myself. If you want to do that, go to your Chris Duckmans, because that's him, like not for me.
It's easier to keep a YouTube.
Sorry.
It's easier to keep a YouTube channel going if you're consistently watching stuff that you want to watch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I would say like I've had more fun reviews on my channel this year than I've had for a while. Because like when it comes to festival season, obviously I've got so much content I can make. But like normally then I'm just like, ooh, what do I do? But like I've actually found more of a structure. Because it's the same with you, Eric. Because you just review what you love really and what you've been watching. That's the best way. Same with us, really. I think that's the best way to do it. Just go for it that way. Popcorn movies. Stay away. It's just easier.
I did a review for a friend's channel, and most of his subscribers were from India. So I was like thinking, what would?
Oh yes, yeah.
And I did it. And I did the only Indian film I've ever seen, and no one really liked it. I looked at the comments, and everyone was completely having a go at me about it, and I was like, oh,
there's a lot like like a lot of like Indian stuff you'll see. They're obsessed with Marvel. Like that's like one of their like big go-to like conversation subjects. It's just like it's crazy. I think there's more like YouTube subscribers in India than most of the world. Like the highest volume of subscribers.
That's why I think the channel with the most subscribers is like a Bollywood channel.
Yeah.
Which is,
What's it about? Kuckerberg, the orgy scene in Cherry Falls. I wasn't going to say anything about the orgy scene in Cherry Falls, but the orgy scene in Cherry Falls.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, honestly, it's one of those. It's true like cinema. Like I could imagine if Truffaut was still alive at this point, he'd be like, "Yes, this is excellent." Will Philpin, what do you guys think of 3 Iron?
I love it. Kim Ki-duk was on fire in the mid-2000s. He had a lot of good films during that time.
Is he still doing movies? Because I know a lot of people are sort of staying away from his films. Like he's become like the Polanski or something.
Yeah, really? Yeah. His more recent stuff isn't as good for the most part.
Yeah. He's another guy that got involved with the whole Me Too thing in Korea. But yeah, his old stuff was good.
Steve Kitten says message boards were awesome in the early days of the net. Never knew you were talking. You never knew who you were talking to. That's true. We're just another fan of the topic and amount of time you spent on them. That is actually quite true. Never. I don't think I've ever carried on like a friendship with anybody from these like message boards. Has anybody else on there?
A few guys on the IMDb Asian message board I still kind of talk to on Facebook.
Yeah. Malfan45, did you answer my question about the review? I did. Marvel, I will let you know my film choice for a review tomorrow, my friend. I'm still trying to decide. I'm in a bit of a hectic few days of real life. Renee, I want to thank Erik for recommending Miss Zombie. The film is in my top 5 favorite zombie movies of all time.
It's great.
Is it?
It's very slow, very kind of artsy, but it's different and really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Was it Japanese or?
Your protagonist is a zombie.
Yes. Okay. This list is freaking Erik. You're adding so much to my watch list right now.
Erik, what's your thoughts on I'm a Hero?
Oh, I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it, but no one really talks about it because I think it was a year before Train to Busan.
Yeah,
and I think Train to Busan completely overshadowed it.
I agree.
Over in the West, and it's a much more fun movie than Train to Busan. I mean, Train to Busan. I'm not putting it down, but it was less emotional. It was just a lot of fun, and those zombie type characters were just like really fun. Yeah, that's a really fun movie. I think more people should watch that. Yeah,
it's recommended. Okay, where else are we on? Some ethot on Facebook the other night claimed that Lars von Trier was trying to be artsy trash and Melancholia was awful. Lol, some folks just don't get his movies. No, they do not. Melancholia is a freaking masterpiece, in my humble opinion. But
I really like it.
Oh, I love it. Like I think the problem for a lot of people with that film is the beginning, because it is a bit of a drag to begin with. But like once it like kicks in, like that last shot is amazing. When it comes to the the ending, I don't want to say the ending just in case anybody says, "Oh my god, you're spoiling it." So yeah, but Lars von Trier I said this last week because he was in my list, my top 5. Like he's one of the best directors out there. So.
Yeah, thanks to you guys, my list grew the past few weeks because I haven't really explored von Trier that much, and now I got a list of his movies, to watch.
It honestly, like Dogville, it's a 3-hour movie, but it's the best time to watch it.
Yeah.
Just don't watch. He made like a similar film with what's the name? Ron Howard's daughter, Alice Price. Alice Price. Yeah. It's called Mandalay. It's my least favorite. Stay away from that one.
I really like the house that Jack built.
Oh yeah, so good. Like those last scenes.
Yeah, just beautiful.
Like when he came back to Cannes with that one, I was just like, yes. Obviously, he got kicked out of Cannes, and he wasn't allowed. Persona non grata for a while.
What was that over? Was it something to do with Melancholia?
He said that he empathized with Hitler.
Oh yeah,
and he was a Nazi.
And the lead actress went like this right next to him.
He just doesn't care. This is the thing. Like he has a lot of problems. Like he has a lot of like mental health issues. But
what part of Hitler? What part of Hitler did he sympathize with?
I don't know. I don't even remember how that happened. But yeah,
maybe when
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think he said like his family like were Nazi empathizers and stuff. Like the thing is with von Trier, he's out to shock people all the time. Like that's just how he's always been.
Especially I have to separate the art from the artist, because if I didn't, there's nothing to watch.
It's true. Yeah.
The thing is like you talk about directors like you know, you talk about personalities. Like Van Trier is one of those personalities. Like you have to have something about you to be a well-known director. I think sometimes, like obviously Kubrick was the recluse, Hitchcock was the flamboyant chauvinist. You know, Orson Welles was the gluttonous, like wine European guy. It's always the same. It's like Tarantino's this knowledgeable thief of cinema. You know, you just have. It's just part of it, isn't it? Like that's for me. That's how I came across Von Trier. Really was just like I saw him in like an interview, and I was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And then I dug into it, and it's just he's just yeah. Watch them, man. Please let me know what you think of him. I'm always intrigued to talk about Von Trier with people. Not many people want to talk about him actually. Kim Ki-duk is the man. Love spring, summer, autumn, winter, and spring. Masterpiece. Do we concur?
Very good.
Yeah. It's early stuff. It's amazing.
Can you believe that Still Walking, Love, Exposure, and Tokyo Sonata came out in the same year? What happened to Japanese cinema? Oh, gentlemen, there you go. That is a beautiful question by Mello Trisu. That's how I'm assuming his name is. Gents, what's happened to Japanese cinema?
Still making good stuff.
Yeah, they're still making good stuff. I mean,
still
I know
high caliber though.
Well, last year you had not last year, the year before you had Shoplifters. I mean, you still had some great titles coming out.
Yeah, let me. I got my Excel list open. I'll give you a few.
Oh,
what do we want? It's open, baby. What do we want with the last few years?
We should have done the fourth window for your Excel sheet.
All right, we got Scoop was really good. Rage, really good. Shoplifters, River's Edge, which is on Netflix. One Cut of the Dead.
Oh, One Cut of the Dead, exactly.
The Long Excuse. Her Love Boils Bathwater. The Limit of Sleeping Beauty was good. I mean, I could keep going.
Yeah.
So yeah, they got enough.
Melatrisu, I'm assuming you list that of the ultimate Excel spreadsheet on Asian cinema. The definitive. Stiffy Kittens. Met Tilda Swinton at a screening of Orlando in Inverness. Oh, okay, that's cool. In Scotland, where she lives now. She was the best thing about Snowpiercer, that accent. Well, she kind of imitated Margaret Thatcher in Snowpiercer, didn't she? That's what she said she was imitating. But yeah, Tilda's fantastic in that. Also got Karen Gillan, Doctor Who, right? Yeah, and she's Nebula in the Guardians movies. Autograph with at the same place was more awkward as I was geeking out. Yeah, Karen Gillan seems quite nice though. Like she doesn't seem like fame's like got her that much. But Scottish people are some of the nicest people that I know, including Graham from Manly Film, who's in the chat, I think still.
I like Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, the thing is, she's worked with the best directors like in London cinema. Like, there's no question in that. You know, she started working with Derek Jarman. Her first film was with like one of the best British directors ever to grace cinema. Like, and you know, she's just going through them, and just even going up to Bong Joon-ho recently.
Yeah, it's Jim Jarmusch as well.
Yeah, she's done it. You know, she's. I think she's had one of the best like careers as an actress. But I know there's like always memes like the minute a foreign director is like making an English movie, like everybody's saying like Tilda Swinton's running over there to like get cast in that film. Like, I'm surprised she's not. I'm surprised she's not done like anything with Fahadi yet. She's not done anything with Park Chan-wook yet. Maybe he's going to be making a few more. I'm surprised she didn't try for the Corrida. Obviously, Juliette Binoche got that role. Juliette Binoche is exactly the same. She's like worked with some of the best like directors like in the world. Pieta is also great from Kim Ki-duk. No doubt we'll put in real inspirational cinema. What else have we got? Tony Takikatani really needs a Blu-ray release. Such an underrated piece of art.
Very good.
What
Can you elaborate more on that film for me? Sorry.
It was really nicely shot. Like it's like the anti-Ozu film. It's like there's a lot of like slow tracks, and it's kind of like from what I remember, it's almost like a drama romance type thing. It was really interesting in how it was presented.
Okay. Stiffy Kittens, question for Dion. With your festival circuit, do you know Paul MacDonald Taylor? I know the name. I think he's based up in Scotland, right? But I've never met him personally. When I'm at festivals, I personally make sure I speak to anybody that I know because I hate being by myself in fests. Because I can't even bear to sit and have a cup of coffee by myself. So like I bother a lot of people. I know the name Stiffy, but I don't. I've not met him personally. The Kuckerberg, I'm happy with Short Circuit 2 and Troll 2 over any is that superhero movie?
Yeah.
Oh god. Wow, love it. That is a statement right there.
Short Circuit 2 was good. I rewatched it the other week. It's a good little flick.
I haven't seen that one in a while. I love the first Short Circuit. Troll 2 is pretty bad though. Like, you can't even say it's a good bad movie. That is just a bad movie, in my opinion. But yeah, unfortunately, like I'm not exactly hooked on superhero films, but I do watch them. Like I have friends that we've like had a tradition where we've gone to see like every midnight of Marvel films. But it's more for me. It's like I just go and see them because I want to see my friends now more than anything else. Because a lot of them are not exactly the best. Even though I did quite like Endgame quite a bit. I'm going to stop talking about superhero movies now. Marvel. Will is asking, have you seen The Square? I'm assuming that's the Ruben Östlund movie. I liked it quite a bit. I have a review on my channel. I haven't seen it in a while, but have you guys seen The Square? Won the Palme d'Or.
Is it Swedish?
Swedish, yeah. It's very interesting. It's really good, but his other film, Force Majeure, is also a very good film, which has been remade with freaking Will Ferrell, which is awful. I don't even know why you would remake it. So yeah. Marvel fan, sorry dude, have you got over it? Also, I'm trying to avoid blockbusters on my channel because no one talks about the stuff I watch or this community watches, but that's what the community's for exactly. I think that's the best thing about our little movie community. Everybody covers so many different kinds of films. So it's always good to see everybody's impressions on actual decent cinema that isn't always talked about. Amen to that. Renee says that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I always like to see the certain YouTubers' reviews on films because I find it interesting, even if they have a view on that film which is totally different from mine as well. Like yours, Eric's. I always, because we may disagree, but it doesn't happen that often. But if there's a film that you've reviewed, I always tend to always want to watch them because obviously they're films we all love. Like when you reviewed Cure, because I think it was your 100th Japanese movie you were going to review. That film is just amazing. And I always talk about Dion's review of Pain and Glory. Not Pain and Glory. Pain. Is it Pain? Yeah, Pain and Glory. I'm getting mixed up with the Michael Bay movie.
Pain and Gain.
Pain and Gain.
That movie is that is a good Michael Bay movie though. Okay. No, I do like that. No, that's the thing. Like, this is the best thing about meeting everybody and talking. It's just such different content, and
yeah,
that's why I prefer. And obviously, as we are, I'm assuming everybody's watch lists keeps growing from every video that everybody puts up, or even these conversations. Like, yeah, that's the joy of cinema. Like, you always find something new, even if you think you've lost your kind of passion for it. Sometimes you find something that brings you back to life. House Jack built is brutal. That broad on Facebook claimed the house that Jack built was boring too. Lol. then they say
how's that film boring?
Exactly. That's what I don't get. It's like you've got blood, you've got gore, you've actually got a narrative, you've got story acts. He's an obsessive compulsive. He likes to clean his murder scenes. What's not to like? It's got Bruno Gans in it.
Exactly.
Like, man. Roman says, I think the Lars von Trier Hitler comment was meant to be a joke. After feeling isolated and relating to Hitler in the bunker, misplaced humor, most certainly not pro-Hitler. Yeah, that's kind of, I agree. Will has gone. Goodbye, Will. Thank you for joining the chat. Good night, my friend. Stiff Kitten says, I'm surprised Criterion haven't released Dancer in the Dark yet. I still got my American DVD released. Dancer in the Dark is a film from von Trier. It's quite famous because he mentally tortured Björk, the Icelandic singer, a lot in the process of making the film. Apparently, it wasn't exactly the easiest film to make, but it's not got a Blu-ray anyway. It's just DVD, but it definitely needs a Blu-ray update. Question for Erik. Have you seen One Day, 2010 from Taiwan? Is it any good and melodramatic?
I think that one I disliked. I think it was about a girl who meets a guy in a dream and then in real life or something like that. I think it was filmed well and the music was nice, but in terms of the story, I found it kind of dull and not all that impressive.
Did get mixed reviews, that film.
Have you seen it, Hustle?
No.
One Cut of the Dead was great. Has he make anything else since? I'm so excited about the director's next projects. Anybody know?
I don't think he has, no.
No. I'm sure it's just one of those things that's just going to pop up, isn't it? Whatever the next film comes out, it's going to be a hot title anyway. It's going to be big hype. Director of One Cut of the Dead did One Cut of the Dead in Hollywood.
Maybe it was like a spin-off or something to quick cash in and get your money, man.
Takitani is based on the Haruki Murakami book of the same name. The only Murakami book I've ever read is Norwegian Wood, which is not a good movie. Have you ever seen Norwegian Wood?
I thought it was all right. I'm a big fan of that actress, so that she kind of helped me get through it.
Yeah, it's the book is a lot. Well, Murakami books are fantastic anyway, but I need to read more Murakami. What else have we got? Criterion, One Cut of the Dead. Paul is in charge of the cinema at Eden Court in Inverness, also does the Inverness Film Festival. Karen Gillan is an Invernessian and did acting classes in Eden Court. All right, okay. Well, next time I will try and find Paul and befriend him. I've never been to Inverness, actually, but I don't actually know anything about Inverness. Aesop's Game is the latest film from the director of One Cut of the Dead. It looks interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. Bellatar's Damnation is a good watch. I've never seen Damnation by Bellatar. I've only ever seen Tyrion Horse. I've got to go stream. I've got to go. Great stream, guys. Thanks, Marvel fan. Good night to you also, or good morning because you're in America. What time is it in America now? Good afternoon.
6 o'clock.
I'm
good for another 5 hours, guys. I'm ready to roll.
Roman says, haha, the mix-up between Pain and Glory and Pain and Gain. Maybe The Rock should play Almodovar's next film. Yeah, I think maybe Almodovar would have too much fun with Dwayne Johnson, maybe. But I think Almodovar would help him quite a bit.
The Rock is in everything now, isn't he?
He is, yeah. But I think he's very calculated with his career because obviously the first half of his cinematic life was terrible. Like everything he made was panned, like Race to Witch Mountain, Southland Tale. Yeah, do you know what I mean? So many bad films. But like he's turned into this like action star, from the Fast and Furious films onwards. It's crazy how he's done it. But yeah, long may he reign. I watch most Dwayne Johnson films because they're just easy watches. you can't just watch foreign language cinema and like art house cinema all the time. You got to watch like San Andreas in the background while you're making your dinner, in my opinion, anyway. But like I said, I can rewatch San Andreas anytime. Like I think it's actually a decent little like horror, not horror, disaster movie. Has anyone seen The Family Game, Japanese film from 1983?
No, I haven't.
Yes, I have. I don't remember it much, but I have my notes here. A strict tutor is hired by the parents of an underperforming student. My notes say that it has good dramatic tension, and it focuses on family dysfunction and scholastic pressures. And I liked it, but I don't remember it much, probably because I saw it a long time ago. But yeah.
Romance says, not a fan of The Rock, but I enjoy The Rundown 2003. That's one I've not actually seen. I know of it, but I've not seen it. Mello is saying, I'm so grateful to you, Erik. A while ago, I watched a Japanese movie after your review, but boy or girl who falls in love with a cactus. I don't remember the title.
Oh, man. They're making it out like it's this sweet romance film, and it's naked blood. It's like the nastiest Japanese film of like the 90s. But yeah, that was a good flick. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Oh god, that sounds crazy. Like, how do you even like find these movies? Like, do you just IMDb everything, or do you just?
Naked Blood got a U.S. release back in the day. The two big resources I had are gone now. There was two like DVD rental online where you could get DVDs in the mail, like Netflix, but they were Asian based. There was like eHit and Cineflix, and there was just tons of like obscure films they had, and you would just get it in the mail every month as part of your membership. So that's where I watched a lot of it. But they're gone now.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. Renee says, I would like to see The Rock versus Godzilla. Okay, that would be interesting. What was that name of the rampage with the giant gorilla? That's kind of like King Kong, isn't it? So.
Oh yeah, he did that film.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Going through is trying to get me on this one. Dion, you like a shocker. You've seen Two Girls and a Cup. Who hasn't seen Two Girls and a Cup?
I haven't.
Have you never been foiled into seeing it on like anybody's phone? Oh god. I used to play like rugby. Obviously be with a gang of lads, like they'd be like, oh yeah, watch this like goal from a football match or something like that. And then the next second it'd be Two Girls, One Cup. So yeah. I've had that one a few times back in the day. So it's I can't believe going through is talking about poo poo, but okay. Yeah. It's past the watershed, so I guess you can talk about anything like that now. Even falling in love with a cactus. So we've got it all covered here tonight, lads. My god.
K-dramas, Jean-Michel Jarre.
We've covered a lot tonight. Not my cup of tea. I don't think it was any cup of tea going well.
I don't think it was a cup of tea, was it?
Oh god.
It's a cup of something.
Chocolate ice cream it was. What else have we got? Romance has been tricked into seeing other sick stuff though. Who had? Oh man, like
there was one I got tricked into seeing called Lemon something, and it was like three old dudes, they're in their 80s.
Oh, seriously? Oh man, yeah. It's just lad culture as we call it. Yeah. I don't miss those days. Oh god, yeah. I'm just having flashbacks now. We have a question about can you recommend some of Obayashi's films outside of Houseu?
It's getting one.
Me? I can. There's one that's actually on the Criterion release called Emotion. That's like kind of a shorter film, but it was really interesting. So I'd recommend that.
Yeah, I can't. There is quite a few on the Criterion channel right now, I think. But
a lot of his stuff is very hard to find, so anything on Criterion would be a bonus.
They're very hard to find. I mean, I know Hannah Gatatami is getting a release in the UK. I think from Third Window. That just got announced last week.
Was it?
Yeah.
So on the Criterion channel right now, you've got Emotion, Sada, and you've got House 2. Those are the only ones available on Criterion right now. So
Sada was good.
So that one is there. What else we got? How about Hard Romantica from Japan?
I thought that one. I didn't like that one. From what I remember, it was kind of obnoxious. So I don't know. I didn't connect with that one very well.
Cinema Monologue says that the name of that lemon thing was called Lemon Party.
Yeah.
maybe one stream we should just do like rating of videos we've been tricked to watch.
Yeah. I don't know why it's got lemons though.
It sounds refreshing and it makes you click on it.
What's wrong with I don't know. We used to go on this website called eBombs World. Like there was so much
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. eBombs World has all the weird stuff. But like it gets worse now. Like I remember one time I taught a cinema class, and then at the end of the class we like went into the cinema to go watch a film, and like I sat a couple of rows behind these kids, and they were like watching people getting beheaded.
Oh yeah, I can't watch that stuff.
Yeah, seriously, there was like 5 of them, and then they literally had to report them then to their teachers, because obviously I can't be like, well, you know, I just said you shouldn't be watching this, and then they said that they didn't care, and then went to their teacher, and they were just like, yeah, what? So yeah, it's crazy. Like, yeah. Anyway, Cookie says Sada is a really good film. It is actually next on my list, I think, on my rewatch. We've got Renee said, what are your favorite comedies from Japan? Mine are Woodjob, Survive Style 5+, and Detroit Metal City.
Those are good. I like Swing Girls.
Trying to think of my head.
Swing Girls. Girls Learn Jazz Music. That's my favorite, or one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Any others?
There was a, I don't know how available they are now, but there was Kizurazu Cat's Eye 1 and 2 from the mid-2000s. Those movies are crazy comedies, but they're good.
Yeah. The Takeshi Kitano film, what's the one? Get some? Oh, what was it called?
Oh, I forgot the name of it.
Getting any.
Yeah.
That's fun. That's a funny film. Kitano was a stand-up comedian before he was in it.
I remember you saying that last time. What else have we got? Anyone else seen Rampo Noir and Survive Style 5? 2 great underrated films. Any of you guys seen that? Any of those?
Survive Style 5 is a really good comedy. Very wacky, but it's really good. It's almost like an anthology, but the stories kind of blend together at times. And then Rampo Noir is a very you might like that Rampo Noir, Dion. It's very, very artistic, but also somewhat grotesque and macabre at times. You might like that one.
Seen is it called Machine Girl?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I consider that to be a comedy, personally.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's probably that's my response to any Asian comedies. I think it's wild, especially the woman with the gun boobs. Like,
yeah.
What? Yeah, I remember I had a steelbook of that back in the day. I don't know where it went, but yeah, it was a really random one. What else have we got? My favorite Obayashi is a funny and sad film called Bound of the Fields, the Mountains, and the Seacoast. I've seen that one on a few lists, but I cannot seem to find it anywhere to watch. So, do you have it on DVD, Blu-ray, or do you know where you can stream it? Stiff Kittens is asking, where's the best place to get the full version of the Grandmaster Hong Kong Blu-ray?
I've got the Hong Kong Blu-ray. I'm sure there's going to be the Criterion's going to be part of the Wong Kar-wai set.
I think both cuts are going to be on that. That's like one of the only ones that I've not heard being discussed much on the grapevine about the Wong Kar-wai set. I know it's there, but I don't know like the deets on it. But I'm assuming the full they have to put the full cut on it. They just have to.
Yeah.
I tried when I was in Hong Kong. I tried to find a copy of Grandmaster. I went to like 3 stores and they had no. It was disappointing. So I really wanted it, but it's okay. One day. Rampo Noir is awesome. Okay, Rampo Noir is on the list now. I don't need to talk about Rampo Noir. Welcome back, Mr. McDonald is so funny. Also, Big Man Japan with Riki Takuchi. R100 is a crazy movie. R100?
Yeah, that's a funny film.
Well, the director's really good.
Yeah, that was on Film 4 not long ago.
Seriously?
It was a guy who sort of joins a club, you could say, where he gets
It's almost like an escort service.
Yes, but it's like dominatrix.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a dominatrix, and it like it's quite a fun film. It's a really fun film.
I watched this Finnish film recently called Dogs Don't Wear Pants, and it's a film about dominatrix, but it's a bit more like a film about how this guy gets over the his wife dying. But it's such a bizarre film, like how like BDSM is like a way to deal with loss. It's a really weird one. If you want to watch a Finnish film about that, it's a bit disgusting. Also, there's like there's a scene where he rips tooth out, and it's gruesome, like absolutely gruesome. And then the final shot in the film is like really good. It's one of the best films I've seen this year so far. There's a review on my channel if you're ever interested in that. I can't believe anyone actually won Takeshi's Castle. Oh god, Takeshi's Castle. Man, I haven't thought of Takeshi's Castle in years.
Did you guys ever get the Most Extreme Elimination Championships version of it?
No.
No. Oh man, it was one of the best shows on American television back in the mid-2000s. They took Takeshi's Castle and they had guys dub over it in English, completely inaccurate dubbing, and it was all sexual innuendo. It was phenomenal. It was great.
Oh god, Takeshi's Castle, man. Did you ever used to watch a show called Banzai Hus?
Yeah.
Banzai was in the Asian game show that was quite.
There was another Asian game show called Endurance. Does anyone remember that?
I've heard of that one.
That was like a really extreme version of Takeshi's Castle, and they used to get the people to do the weirdest things.
It's crazy over there.
Eating weird things, and you know, like how many eggs can they fit in their mouth, and then run around, and they were like all in their underpants. It was so weird, but it was hilarious. It was so funny.
It's like like the Simpsons reference those game shows in an episode when they go to Tokyo, don't they? And it's like you just can't believe it's real. But one of my friends, she's from Japan. She lives in the UK now, and like I said to her, like our game shows that crazy, and she was like, yeah, they're like some of the weirdest shows you'll ever see in your life. Like you can't even see half of them.
I saw a great one when I vacationed in Japan last year. I had some downtime in the hotel, and there's one where they used little drones, and people would run in buildings around like boats or whatever, and the drones would come after them, and they would have to touch the person. It was almost like tag with drones, and that was a pretty fun show.
Oh my days! Do you understand this Japanese, Erik? Or?
No, very little. I know, very, very little.
I'm I like some words like I pick up, but that's as far as mine goes. But I'd like to learn it. What else have we got? I love the Tommy live action movies, but there's so many of them. The one with Miu Nakamura was okay though. She's so beautiful.
Yeah, Tommy is a horror franchise that kind of goes under the radar. A lot of the films are pretty slow, but they grew on me over time. And there's one that's like really wacky. That's from the director of Machine Girl. I think he did a Tomie film.
Really?
So you should watch that one.
So is Tomie like what's the best like horror label to put with this now? Is it like a trauma or not like trauma?
It's
like Avenger kind of stuff on there.
No, she's more like a I don't know what I would call it. Like she manipulates men into killing each other.
Love it. Okay. Sign me up. Yes. Okay. That sounds crazy. What else we got? I recently rewatched God's Left Hand, Devil's Right Hand. I forgot how gory it is. It's really good. Do you guys?
That's from Shuzuke Kaneko, who did the Gamera trilogy of the 90s. He did that. It was good. It wacky though. It's about a guy, Tetsuo the Iron Man, Tomoro Taguchi. He kills people, comes home, and then draws the stories of how he killed them to his daughter at night before she goes to sleep. It was pretty good.
Oh god, amazing. What else we got? Guys, which is the best Johnny Wad movie?
I don't know.
Johnny Wad.
No comment? Or
Johnny Wad.
I'm not sure what that is.
Go through, elaborate if you want. Renee, Tommy films are cool. The last one, Tommy Unlimited, is awesome. And then also, Kuckerberg says Tommy Unlimited is the Iguchi version if it's Miu Nakamura. Have you guys seen Tommy Unlimited? Or no?
Yeah, that was the one with the director of the Machine Girl. It was wacky.
Okay, I'm just looking at pages now. My god, these ratings are like abysmal for Tommy films. That's amazing. I think that the stills alone, like from what I can see here, I'm like, okay, this looks pretty cool. I used to love horrors like this back, like when I was like in college and stuff. I used to watch so many like American B movies, but Japanese ones were so hard to find. But okay, Tommy Unlimited is now on my watch list. I only know one person in my follow list that's watched Tommy Unlimited, and they watched it in 2012. Damn. Okay. Oh god. Okay, we'll see how that goes. I will give feedback. Look up the name Johnny Wad. Okay, I'm looking up the name of Johnny Wad now.
You guys seen any King Hu? Mate.
A few.
Yeah, I love King Hu films.
He did one like Legend of the Mountain, I think, or something, which I liked. That one was cool too.
Have you seen Come Drink With Me?
Yeah.
The Shaw Brothers movie. Yeah, that was his Shaw Brothers film. Oh, he started the Swordsman film, the first one, and left, and then it was taken over by like a group of directors. You had Choi Hark, An Hui, who else was directing it? Tony Ling. They all took over and started directing it. Yeah, but King Hu, he did Dragon Inn. Have you seen Dragon? Yeah,
that's one I have to rewatch. I was a little cold on that one the first time I saw it, so I think I need to give it another shot.
And Touch of Zen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So update on Johnny Wad. Johnny Wad's a porn star.
Oh.
Wow.
It says John Curtis Holmes, best known as John C. Holmes or Johnny Wad, was the name he was active once he was a prolific male adult film star, which documented credits of 573 pornographic films, and he was also suspected to be the Wonderland and a suspect in the Wonderland murder case.
Oh.
Huh.
Gung Fu is going for it hard tonight.
He is, isn't he?
God. Okay, I'm glad I didn't see any pictures of slongs when I was googling that now.
He should bring this up in one of Daisuke's live streams and try and get Daisuke to look him up.
Oh, man. Can't do that to Daisuke.
I had lunch with him when I went on vacation last year.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I don't know if he'd want any. Well, I don't think he cares. But we just had sushi and we talked for like a few hours.
Yeah. Did you like? Were you like nervous when you met him? Like,
no, not really. You know, he's actually dude's pretty diesel. You can't notice in his videos. He's
Oh
fit.
no, I have vision. I feel like he is a.
He used to be a bodybuilder.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
He used to be a bodybuilder.
Well, that makes sense now.
we need to get Daisuke on talking movies. Like, it's like I definitely I was planning on going to Japan next year, but because the Olympics have been pushed till next year now, the price is going up again. So I'm going to go in 2022 now. But hopefully I'm going to meet Daisuke when I go there.
Oh, I want to see you guys gang up on him on this show.
Ah,
Both of you and him on this one.
I would give Daisuke the utmost respect, as I do with all our guests. But yeah, oh man, yeah, oh, good luck. Yeah, Gung Fu, please do this on Daisuke's channel and report back to us, please. Gung Fu also says I probably get banned from Huss's channel now.
No, you won't.
We're getting it hard from Gung Fu. Oh god, I don't know what else is going to happen now. I saw Legend of the Mountain, and it was an experience I will never forget. Was it an experience that you'll never forget for you guys?
Good movie.
Mm-hmm.
What else have we got? Question for Erik. Have you seen Museum 2016 Japanese film? It's an awesome movie, but there is no English subs released so far.
It's on my list of movies I'll probably never get to see. Unless I buy maybe I'll get the Japanese unsubtitled. There's another movie called The Warped Forest from 2011 I've been wanting to watch for 10 years. Never came out. There's a few other ones that I'll probably never get to watch. That's one of them.
Yeah. There's like I know you can get on some forums where they do some specific people do subs for like certain films. I don't know if you can get like I know a couple of French people I know like if I want to see a specific French film, I'll ask them to like help me out, and then normally somebody's got a translation. So I can send you some links to people that do these kind of things. But it's weird because there's a subtitle community that actually is not going to be like 100% accurate, but it will be as close to the dialogue as it should be. So yeah, I'll pass on them deets to you. Going through, I'm not going to pull that on Daisuke, haha. It's because everybody has too much respect for Daisuke, and we clearly are not respected that much because we're not. Because our stream's too young. Yeah, Daisuke's experience knows not to follow for Johnny Wang and 2 Girls 1 Cup jokes. Gung Fu.
Yeah, we would.
Well, we have.
Yeah.
Oh god! The minute I saw Google it, I was like, "Oh, for God's sakes! What am I googling?"
I googled it and I couldn't find anything.
What? I just put Johnny Wang in, and it just turned up with that guy.
Johnny Wang.
God. Guys, have you seen any cheaply made Japan Sado snuff? Muzani was grimly as hell. Well, grimy as hell. Have you seen any Sado snuff films in Japan?
Yeah, they went through a phase in the 90s, well, even late 80s, with like, some of the guinea pig films. They're like, this is a snuff film. So Charlie Sheen called the FBI because he thought it was a snuff film. Remember that story? And then in the 90s, they did some more. And Muzan-e was one of the better ones because it actually had a story and it had some interesting stuff happening in it. But I like that one, Muzan-e.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, we've caught up with the chat now. That took a while.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any more questions? Does Huss have any questions for Erik? Erik have any questions for Huss?
Should have thought of some
Yeah.
before the stream.
Yeah, we should have thought of some. I think we should get Erik back on the stream
Hell
anyway.
Yes.
Before the lockdown.
Well,
our lockdown's going on for so long now anyway. So
yeah, I think we've gotten a few more weeks and months ahead of us. What else have we got? Oh, okay, more questions have come out. So Hero makes some really messed up porn.
I don't know what that is.
Same. Stickins, here's a challenge. Okay. Here's a challenge theme for next week. What's the challenge or theme then? I want to know. Gung Fu, guys, can you create a hangout on Facebook? Huss, do you want to make a hangout?
Yeah, but I don't think you can do it with other people. Can you? Can you add people into conversation?
Well, we can make a page, make it private, and then everybody adds a page.
Yeah.
We could do that.
Yeah, we can figure something out.
Okay. By next week, Gung Fu, we will have created some kind of page, and everybody can just discuss. Yeah. Okay. We can do that. That makes sense. At least then we can discuss topics and stuff. I want to know what Stiff Kittens wants as a challenge theme for next week, or are they asking what a challenge or theme will be for next week? Well, I don't know. I haven't even thought about next week yet. Favorite films, one per director. Oh, okay, this is the challenge. Favorite films, one per director. I try to get 10, but struggle to get it under 20. Oh, God.
Favorite films of all time, maximum one per director. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's like. Oh,
I got a few off the top of my head.
Same. Like, oh my God.
The problem is when you get to the second half of that top 10, what do you include and what don't you?
Yeah. Like, I made an all-time list on Letterboxd, and like literally 2 weeks after I looked at it, I was like, "This is wrong," and I was like, "I'm never doing this again." It's so hard. Like, I hate it. I really hate making it. Like, even like, you get like. When I teach, like I get kids asking me like what's your favorite movie, and I'm like, I can't really tell you what my favorite movie is because I teach like between like 8 to 16-year-olds. So like I can't really say, oh yeah, Blue Velvet is my favorite movie. I have to like, oh, Jurassic Park is my favorite film, Jaws, because it's like, yeah, it's always the same. But even picking them, it's difficult. But we need to think of we actually need to think of a theme for next week now, but I don't know what.
We'll think of something.
We're gonna have a ponder about that, Mr. Huss.
Yeah.
What else have we got? Oh God, Google to Hero Rosebud. Thank me later.
Oh, I'm not gonna Google anyone anymore. That's it. That's it. No lemon parties. No. Nothing.
Yeah.
That's it. I've lost trust in all of you guys that are commenting.
No lemon parties. I'm gonna use that term from now on.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious, but I'm not doing it. Anyway. God damn it. I saw Heroes of the East yesterday, and I now need a Japanese wife who knows karate to fight with. Oh my God.
That's a really good flick. Kung Fu flick.
I have a friend that loves Kung Fu films. Like, he's told me about that one a few times. Blue Velvet is my favorite Lynch. It is the best Lynch. There's no other questions. Mulholland Drive is like another level. But anyway, Stiff Kittens. It's when you compile the list, but then you start removing films. Yeah, that's the problem with it. Like, that director list last week was difficult. Like, this week was easy. But that director, ranking any director, even an actor, actress, like I just can't do it. Yeah. Gunfu says, try and get Daisuke for next week. Do we really think we can get Daisuke?
I would have to do it on a weekend and do it like midday.
Yeah, that I think the Daisuke one's gonna have to be a different stream because he is. What time is it in Japan now? Like 6? No, it's like lunchtime, right?
Mm.
Yeah, is it lunchtime?
I always get confused with the Japan time. It's like 13 hours for me.
It's 7. It's 22:08 in the morning in Japan right now.
Ooh.
7:39. So yeah, I think we'd have to plan that one. Maybe make sure that everybody that wants to be part of that live stream is available to come and join. Yeah, I think that one requires a bit more organization, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Daisuke is definitely on the list. Does he do many live streams on other channels, or does he just do them on his?
He just does it on his. I think he's done one with Luke from Razor Wire. And they were talking about a certain director.
I think that was a pre-edited video, though, wasn't it?
Or did they do that I think it was. Yeah, I think it was.
Renee says, my favorite film of all time is Santa Sangre. That is a very good Jodorowsky movie. I only watched it like a few weeks ago, but I absolutely loved it. It's such a good film. I think it's definitely his most accessible movie as well. Like El Topo and like Holy Mountain are just crazy films. Going through says, I've ruined it for everyone now. Yes, you have. And then Renee says, hashtag lemon party.
The conversation is just getting terrible.
And now Kuckerberg just said, so if we Googled the phrase that he told us to Google, it would mean it's prolapsed rectum porn.
Oh my God.
At least you told us.
This is just out of all the guests this had to happen to is with Erik. It's like I thought everyone behave and just be,
If you want a funny Onion article from like 10 years ago, they did one about Japan banning all the weird types of porn, and the Onion, it's all fake, but it's fantastic. It's a fantastic article they did on it. Look it up. Japan bans porn or something.
It's crazy because Japanese are so polite, but they are into some of the craziest stuff. It's just it's mad, isn't it? It's just once they go into their house and close the doors, that's it.
What else have we got? Renee, have you seen Monsters?
I saw it last week. It's Taiwanese horror, and it's good. It has like the theme of bullying is throughout the whole thing, and I think they do a good job. It was a good movie. It surprised me.
Is that available to stream? Is it?
It's on Amazon Sprint Stream in the US. I'm not sure if it's
on Sprint.
You guys.
All right. Oh, okay. That seems interesting. Okay, another one to the list. What else have we got? It's been a while since Tetsuya Nakashima made a great film.
Word of Kaneko, wasn't it?
He made one, It Comes, but it hasn't gotten a US release, but I bought the Japanese, because it's a Japanese horror film, so I watched it without subtitles. I liked it without subs.
Oh, was it good? I've not seen that one yet. I mean, the last film of his I saw was Word of Kaneko.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't make that many movies, like one every 4 or 5 years.
Mm.
We've got Kung Fu says Erik can take this. He's the only one I would do it to. God.
Oh my God, this is getting bad.
We need Schoolgirl Panty. Oh God. No, we don't.
We're okay. Sono fans. We're Sono fans. So
yeah, that's the thing.
That's fine.
And Takeshi Miike.
Have you seen the Gunsmith Cat anime? Another long, awkward pause coming. Oh, for God's sakes.
I'm not Googling nothing.
Carl Hot Day. Bloody hell. Had to go and see one of my daughters and had her back to sleep. Just come back and he's still going. Fair play, fellas. Just popped on Branded to Kill. Well, Carl, you've missed out a very interesting conversation about murderous porn stars, prolapses, shit, A lot of stuff, my friend. Please rewatch this stream after it comes live on this channel. This has been a this has been a good way to end my week, I must say. I've had a bit of a stressful week, but yeah. Cal Hobday lemon pie, exactly, my friend. Don't venture down that rabbit hole, my friend.
Leave it.
Leave it, lad. Leave it. I love Reborn with Tak Sakaguchi. Oh god, anybody seen Reborn?
Yeah, I liked it. The whole dodging bullets bit was just the way he just dodges the bullets, just like.
Oh, Goku's asking a good question now, like a sensible question. Did you guys used to collect limited and box set DVDs back in the day before Blu-rays? They don't make Blu-ray releases like they did DVDs. Not really, no. I've never really had a Blu-ray like DVD like box set collection of anything.
I didn't collect box sets of DVDs, but I collected DVDs.
Yeah, like with some certain directors, like I do like obviously when they've died, it's easier because the collection doesn't grow anymore. But like once you can get a complete collection, I'm quite prone to like buy that set and then at least I have all of them rather than having certain amounts. So you know, like the Hitchcock sets, they're quite difficult to get all of them. But I've got 2 sets that have most of them now. Do you know what I mean? Same with Kubrick. Like most of the Kubrick sets don't have the first 3 films. First 3, including Spartacus. So like, I've never been like a DVD like box set like the DVDs, but I know the sets were always more like desirable. So yeah. What else have we got? Keith Lemon, The Movie Party. Oh my god, Keith Lemon. Keith Lemon, Erik, is like this TV guy that is just a pain in the ass. And he made one of the worst like reviewed movies of like the 21st century.
Yeah.
Stiff Kittens, I miss menu cards. They had menu cards on DVDs were pretty cool though. I will admit that. I used to like them. Renee says, I almost cried at the end of Takashi Miike's First Love because I couldn't believe how awesome it was.
It was a return to form.
Definitely, yeah. It was very good. Like I've rewatched it a couple of times now. It's just such an easy rewatch also. Going through now says Japan and South Korea had some of the most beautiful DVD releases. The yellow and red Kill Bill 1 and 2. Band of Brothers release from South Korea, which looked like a military bag with dog tags. Yeah, they don't. I have the Inception like briefcase with the little spinny thing in it. Like I have stuff like that. I used to have the Reservoir Dogs like gas can as well, but they just don't do that. Like you don't get many sets like that now, do you? Like,
do you remember
maybe the one car? Sorry.
Do you remember the Blade Runner, which was a briefcase, and you open it up and it's the VK machine that they used to have, you know, to test. Yeah. It's crazy. How are you going to put that on your shelf? Come on.
You see some people with their collections, like they put all the stuff on the top, don't they?
Like the alien head, and you know,
alien head. Yes. Oh my god, I forgot about that. What have we got? Carl is asking, are any of you fans of Miike's Harakiri Death of a Samurai?
It was good.
Yeah, it's good. I like the original Harakiri. I love that. Kobayashi's more.
Awesome. Have you seen the movie called Rebel Lover?
Come on.
It reminds me of Tetsuo the Iron Man.
I'm not even gonna.
I really like that one. That was a good flick. Dion, put this one on your list. It's shot in black and white, and it's about these people who do psychic experiments. And one of their experiments' minds goes crazy. That's all I'll tell you. It really low budget, but I thought it was interesting. This one's on Dion's alley.
I see this now. If I like it, Erik, I'll do a video review of this one.
I think it's worth watching.
Yeah. Okay. Name it. Okay, that's also on my list. Damn. I just like even the stills on that one just look absolutely bizarre. It's not badly rated though either. Like 3.5 on Letterboxd is actually quite decent. What else do we have in the comments? I've got 3 Bond box sets when they were out. Many Anchor Bay releases. Evil Dead book. Oh yeah, the Evil Dead book is quite cool actually. The Hellraiser tin box. I know that one. I know the Friday the 13th tin box is like really expensive to buy, and that Halloween box set from is it Anchor Bay? There's like a big Halloween box set with all the movies, including
that's going for like $500 or something now.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like Friday the 13th complete collection is like really expensive. What else? I had the big alien head with all the movies. I just don't know why. I just don't understand why people buy them. I don't get it. Each to their own. Shozin Fukui is amazing. 964 Pinocchio is a cult classic. Lover was amazing too, though. 1964 Pinocchio.
I like
964 Pinocchio.
I liked Rubber's Lover better than 964 Pinocchio personally. Same director.
Okay. Right. Okay. I might follow. Oh, Daisuke is there. Oh
He
my
woke
God.
up.
He knows we've been talking about him.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Ohio Daisuke-san.
Ohio gozaimasu.
Blood Daisuke.
Oh my God, he's actually here now. Daisuke, are you coming? Would you like to join our chat one day? Let us know, please. Erik, have you seen the South Korean movie Wish with one of the actors from Once Upon a Time in High School? I'm having a problem finding it with English subs.
I don't think I've seen that one, no.
I think that's going to come out on a. I think Once Upon a Time in a High School will be coming out soon with English subs. I don't know when, but there's fingers crossed.
What else have I've got? The Criterions I touched Blu-ray. That was pretty pricey, 150. That was very pricey. Do you remember when was it Amazon did a mistake with the price on it?
Yeah, I ordered it. I think it was going for 20 quid.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they honoured some of it, but because so many people ordered it, people ordered like 5 copies. They couldn't honour all of them, so they gave me a £5 voucher.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
For something I ordered which they couldn't deliver.
It's crazy, isn't it?
I know.
Like, I know some. I know that they gave it to some people at that price, but not many got it. But that's the problem with Blu-ray.com, is it? The minute that you're on Blu-ray.com and you know there's something on sale, everybody that you know collects that certain line or title will buy it there and then.
Yeah.
Like there's a special edition Arrow of the RoboCop, the Verhoeven movie, and it went down to $14.99, the limited edition box set today, like £14.99. Like literally all of the copies of it like went off Amazon straight away because everybody on one of the groups I'm on bought it there and then. So yeah, it's hilarious. What else do we have? Everybody's excited now because Daisuke has joined us. The Japan release of the Taro-san Blu-rays is huge. It's a suitcase. I don't know where to store it. I can't imagine where you would store that suitcase. I think you need to get it, Huss.
It's so expensive. That's the thing.
If I win a lot,
yeah.
What else have we got? Everybody, yeah, okay. Daisuke wants to join on our chat. Daisuke, we will be in touch with you, my friend, about being a guest star on our Talking Movies stream. That would be fantastic.
You just have to ignore some of the comments, and because some of these people
going through has said he's going to behave for Daisuke. He said this.
Yeah, he has to.
Yeah, there's a gentleman's agreement on this. Stiff Kitten says Steamboy Gifts set is awesome. Akira DVD Steelbook, Hellboy Minibus DVD gift set is awesome. All the Lord of the Rings gift sets. Don't get me started on Blu-ray exclusives and Steelbooks. Oh god, it is another kettle of fish though. Like some special dishes go so fast, don't they? It's crazy, and then the prices that they go for on top of that. How? Just how? Oh, Andre actually got the Zaitochi box set for €20.
Oh,
Nice, nice.
My friend, you did very well.
I got a £5 voucher.
That's awful. Mello says, I also saw 2LDK, amazing film. Japan makes the craziest movies for sure. Going Fu says, we need to do a Bruce Lee special on your channel. I could try and get John Little if you want to.
That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome.
Okay. Nice. I remember being ill a few months ago and pulled a random film from my to-watch pile. Cannot remember the director of it, but it was called Norwegian Wood. Do you know the film? Do you know the film and who directed it? We've had the discussion about Norwegian Wood, Cal, but like I personally am not a fan. I like the book more than I enjoyed the film. Who's the director, Erik?
I just cheated and looked it up because I saw the question comment. It's a Vietnamese director by the name of Tran Ah Hung. I think I saw one or two of his Vietnamese movies. Let me look it up. It was The Scent of Green Papaya, Encyclo, Vertical Ray of the Sun. I think you guys might like some of these because they're very, art house. I liked Cyclo quite a bit. It's probably my favorite that I saw.
The Papaya title one sounds familiar, but yeah, just Norwegian. I just didn't glue for me. Daisuke says, going through a great idea about Bruce Lee and John Little. Wow, great idea. Well, that sounds like something that could special. Stiff Kitten says, same thing happened with me on Zaitochi, but it was because it contained the Region 1 disc of a censored episode. Okay. Rene says Norwegian Wood is great, not directed by a Japanese director. Okay. Daisuke, we can do it after the Criterion set is released. It's just a suggestion. Might be a good idea once the set is out, I guess, and when everybody actually has the set in question, if it comes out, unless it gets delayed. Because there's a lot of delays with Prince at the moment. Ooh, there you go. Daisuke, question for you, Hus. This has to be a perfect answer now, okay? He says, what's your favorite Zaitochi film?
Zaitochi, is it versus Yojimbo?
Why?
Two of the best characters going to war. That's just awesome.
You're far too suave. Just because Daisuke is here now.
What's your favorite Zaitochi film, guys?
I remember looking him up. Zatoichi's Pilgrimage was my favorite. I think I just like the story a little bit more in that one for some reason. Yeah, I think it was Pilgrimage.
I've said this before. Never seen the Zaitochi movie, but I will watch them.
None of them are bad, so
no.
Yeah,
none of them are bad.
Yeah, I've always considered triggering the Criterion purchase, but there's quite a few of them on the Criterion channel anyway. So, like I said, I've got some more free time coming up pretty soon, so it will be fine.
Also check out the Kitano one.
Yeah,
Takeshi Kitano. I mean, the CGI blood, but at the end of the day, it's still a fun movie. I enjoy every Takeshi Kitano film.
The anime for Rikyo made me hate Ricky. Oh, he's a jerk. LOL. Gung Fu is continuing his conversation with Daisuke. Can I ask you for your opinion on the Criterion box set? I just wonder if you would be able to release the Hong Kong films in better picture quality than the Shout Factory. I will only buy the box set only if picture quality is better. in response to that going through on my end, I actually know a few people that do early reviews for Criterions, so they get check discs. So once they've told me how decent the check discs are, I can let you also know if they're improved, because they're normally quite spot on with their like guesstimations on restorations. Malio says there is a Japanese movie called Hardest Night. It was hilarious. Anybody seen that one?
No.
No, I've not seen Hardest Night.
Stiff Kitten says most I've ever spent on the release was €230 on the Blade Runner 2049 Deckard Blaster. Oh my god, wow. €230.
Oh yeah, it came with the gun, didn't it?
Yeah, it came with the gun. Yeah. Jeez, that's crazy money. Like, yeah, that's I don't think I think the most I've ever spent on a Blu-ray is like £50. Like that's the highest I've ever gone. Like I've never even bought like an expensive box set yet. Not yet. I have no high hopes of the new Game of Death fan-made cut.
It's hard to salvage that film, you know. It's tough.
It's always weird, isn't it? Like when other people make cuts of people's films. Like it happened with Orson Welles' film The Other Side of the Wind. Like they just cut it in a way that they think that Welles would have cut it, but yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the same kind of film then, does it? But I don't know. Stiff Kittens, watch the end dance sequence of the Kitano Zaitochi on YouTube. Is it wild? Is it?
You have to watch the whole movie though, and then you get that as a treat.
Leave it as a treat. I always like a good dance sequence in a film, like
a choreographed dance sequence with
a
lot of the characters.
What else have we got? Which film do you like more, Lady Snowblood or Female Prisoner 701 Scorpion?
That's a tough one.
I'm going to say Lady Snowblood. That's my direct response.
I might actually go Scorpion. I don't know. I'd have to watch them back to back in a night to make a final determination.
It
is so tough. I mean, the first one is so good of the Scorpion films. Oh man, I don't think I could give an answer to that. Do you know what I mean?
Comment.
No comment.
No comment. Too cool. What else do we have in the chart? We've got Dice K is saying to Gung Fu, I did not hear anything specific about the new supplement version of Game of Death on the Criterion set. You may be right. Have you guys seen Swallow? Yes, I have seen Swallow, and it's one of the best films I've seen this year.
You've even done a review on it, haven't you?
There's a review also on my channel. Big fan of it. You know that it's making the rounds because Chris Stuckman's even reviewed it now. So it's getting serious now. Okay, but it's a very good like slow burn kind of like horror. Bit gruesome at times, but it's very interesting.
I'll watch a horror film from anywhere.
It's horror, but it's like it's a mystery horror, which makes it even more interesting. Like there's a good character development in it. It's only 90 minutes long as well, but it's really worth a watch, especially during like isolation as well, because it's very solitude is like a very big part of it, and about the character's development. So yeah. What else have we got? I got the Arrow Limited Herschel Gordon Lewis set in 2016 for £160. Still not opened it yet. LOL. Yeah, that set is crazy. That's like the big like box, isn't it? I can't imagine even going through that. What else do we have? Recently, Carl says, recently watched a few films from the Philippines, watched By Bust, Metro Manila, Norte, The End of History. Any recommendations? I think Norte is a very decent Filipino. Do you guys watch any Philippine films or?
Only Oh, what was the one that was in the Criterion collection? Because I don't watch many Filipino films.
Yeah, it's like for like Lab Diaz is like the biggest, like is like probably the biggest like name.
There needs to be better distribution of Filipino and Indonesian films in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's really not that good. But if you want to watch one on Netflix, there's one called Birdshot that I thought was really good.
Yeah. Birdshot. Okay. I'll have to have a look on that one. Yeah. In all honesty, I've only ever seen like Lab Diaz like Philippine films. Like in the UK, Philippine films get released by a company called New Wave, so they actually get a decent-ish distribution here. It's just not much going on. What else we got? Oh, Roman's going. Good night, Roman. It's like 1 a.m. in Paris. I'll speak to you soon, my friend. Thank you for joining us for such a long time. Oh, Luke is here. Razor Wires. Hello. Yes, you have missed a lot. I'm not going to go into detail.
I want to say it, but I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, I'm not going into detail about that. Have you seen the Japanese drama Film Boys Choir?
No.
I don't watch many like dramas. I mean, the J dramas or K dramas. But like I said, I'll get into some, and one day we can talk about it. The three of us. These little J drama, J pop boys.
We'll talk about Bandmate. I want to talk about Bandmate.
Host is asking to all of us, do you speak any other languages? And considering all the films you have seen, have you picked up phrases in other languages? Anybody want to start?
I speak Turkish.
I don't speak anything other than English.
I speak Welsh, which is my native tongue. I speak English, obviously. My French is decent. Then my partner is Polish German, so like I picked up German Polish words. But yeah, I'm quite good at picking up words in different languages. But obviously, because I go to like Italy and France quite a bit, I just pick up words. Like I know how to ask for my bill and stuff. But I think it's always good to like go to a country and then like know some kinds of phrases, and then at least you show respect to their culture as well. So
yeah. Just saying like good evening in Japan, they get all excited and happy, you know.
Yeah, it's not the same in France. Like some parts of France, they're very like, you know, stop like butchering our language. But yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, Luke.
They voudrait un kilo de fromage.
We've got Luke says you're a better Welshman than me, Dion. Haha. Well, only Welsh speaking people really live in the north. In all honesty, like the south isn't exactly as Welsh. But yeah, it's not exactly the biggest language in the world either. So
let's not start a fight here between.
I'm sure he'll admit it to me because a lot of people in South Wales are in the same situation. But yeah, also there is Welsh cinema. You know, there's Welsh films out there that have been Oscar nominated.
Isn't Gareth Evans Welsh?
Yeah,
the director of the Raid films.
Gareth Evans is Welsh.
Yeah,
is he from North Wales? Because he's got proper Welsh accent.
He's like South Wales. He's from South Wales. Yeah, they're the one. I can't even do it now because I'm under pressure. But like they talk more like this. You know, it's like Gavin and Stacey. Yeah, that's how they talk. But like up in North Wales, it's such a different dialect completely. Yeah. But because obviously I speak English predominantly most days, like I can my dialect doesn't come out that much unless I've spoken to my mum. Then it's really Welsh.
So, I speak Turkish, but I don't speak it to anyone. Like my mum, my dad, my wife. Everyone speaks Turkish. The only time I speak Turkish is when I go to a kebab shop. Literally the only time I ever speak Turkish. I don't know why.
You know, I've seen some Turkish horror films I've really enjoyed.
Baskin,
The Housewife from the same director, and the Dabe films I like. I like that director from the Dabe films.
There was quite a few being shown at the London Film Festival as well, like Turkish horror movies. They're just coming from nowhere now.
There's some on Netflix now. Some of them are on Netflix US.
Yeah.
What else have we got? Oh, we've got Daisuke saying, Erik, when this whole crisis stuff is over, we must meet in Japan again and go out for sushi meal like last time. That was so much fun, my friend.
Yeah. Buy me some fatty tuna, Daisuke. Buy me some fatty tuna.
Nice. Razorwire says, my granddad's side is proper deep North Welsh. Whereabouts in North Wales, Razor? I would actually like to know. Renee says, have you seen the South Korean film Real? I think I'm the only one who likes it.
Probably. I didn't like it.
Okay. That is your answer. Gunfu said, Huss, would you do a review of a Turkish South Korean movie that was released a few years ago where the Turkish army went to help South Korea and saved a girl?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a copy of it, but it's hard to find. It really is.
Okay. Does anybody else have any more questions in our live chat?
We've gone on for 4 hours today.
Oh, at this point, we got to go for 5.
Oh, Porthmadog. Oh, man, Luke, Porthmadog is so Welsh. It's unbelievably Welsh. Lovely little town, though. Like, you can see the dolphins and everything there in the summertime. Lovely, lovely part of Wales. I would recommend North Wales to anybody. It's one of the most picturesque places you'll go in the world. Mountains, oceans, sheep, beautiful. And I live here. So, yeah. Kickerberg says, I like turkey cobs, LOL.
What's a turkey cob?
Don't know.
Maybe.
Oh, no, don't look it up. Just don't look it up.
No, I'm not looking up anything today. Half the people in this chat have been appalling. If this is what my subscribers are really like, honestly.
Wait, this is my first week, so there might be some overflow from my channel. That's why it's bad, right?
Yeah, I think it's because we watch all those weird, the old J video movies, and I think the people that watch those are just as sick, just like us.
It's what else have we got? I saw Kess. I loved it, but the accent is hard. Yeah, Kess. It's very heavy dialect. I think.
Is that Welsh?
When it comes no, it's not Welsh. But it's proper, proper British.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Where was it from?
Is it not based up in the north?
I don't know. I watched it in school.
Ken Loach. I can't remember where it's based now. Anyway, I'm trying to think now. It's been a long time since I watched that film. Like, Ken Loach is like one of those directors that kind of scares me a bit because he protests quite a lot outside cinemas in London because of like fair pay treatment and stuff.
Yeah,
he's given me the evil eye. Well, I think he's given me the evil eye a few times. Like a Palme d'Or winning directors, like just saying, "How dare you go into that cinema?" It's very difficult. Daisuke is asking, what do I think of Fear and Desire? Oh God, this is a PhD question now. Obviously, because my PhD is in Stanley Kubrick, Fear and Desire is one of these films that I do respect, but I'm not one of the big fans of it. But you do see a lot of Kubrick's like style slowly building into the framework that became his body of work, in my humble opinion. Gung-Fu says he was the only saint. Yes, clearly, Gung-Fu, you have been the only saint of anarchy. Subtitles were helpful for Kess, definitely. Yorkshire, there we go, thank you. Twin Towns. Yeah, Twin Towns is a very South Walian movie, but it's a lot of fun. It's kind of funny that it's set in South Wales, but the two main actors are actually from North Wales, because obviously it's Rhys Evans and his brother. Rhys Evans, his brother, lives like 10 minutes from where I used to live. But I met Rhys Evans numerous times because he's friends with one of my bosses in the arts place I work at. At school, everybody had to read Kess and Amanda. Yeah, I think that was more of an English thing. Like in Wales, you would never watch Kes. But I watched Kes a lot later in my life. But it seemed like one of those forced ones, isn't it? Somebody's asking, any fans of Christopher Guest here? Anybody? Is this one of these Google situations again? Oh no, okay. No, it's a documentary. Okay. No. No, don't really know anything of Christopher Guest.
Isn't he the guy that was in no. Spinal Tap?
Is he?
Yeah, Jamie
Yes,
Lee Curtis is.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia page. This is
Good.
Spinal Tap. Waiting for Goffman.
People are putting Spinal Tap on it now. Waiting for Goffman was so funny. Christopher Guest goes to 11. Daisuke is saying, what are your expectations about Koreeda's new film? Which new film?
The one,
Is it
the
the
English one.
La Verite. The one I've seen.
Yeah.
In all honesty, Daisuke, I did find it to be a bit droll. Koreeda seemed to be going more of a French style rather than as usual, and it just didn't work. The dialogue doesn't necessarily hit the impact that you'd want from it. There's a nice message in the film, but it's not a failed attempt, but it was an interesting experience for him, I think. And the fact that he got some very good, obviously, Catherine Deneuve, Julie Binoche, Ethan Hawke in your film, your first like out of Japan film. Yeah, it's decent, but nothing I would seek to see again, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I after seeing the reviews of it all, I didn't rush to go see it. As much as I love Koreeda,
Yeah, I mean, it's only a matter of time before he makes a movie that I don't like, because unbelievably, there's not one film that I've disliked from him. So it's going to happen eventually. Maybe this will be the one.
I think it's difficult to live to the hype after Shoplifters. I guess that's like it's like even Third Murder. I'm not even a big fan of Third Murder either. So
yeah. It's very different to his, humanist type films.
Yeah. I'm always eager to see what directors have to bring, and like especially if they go in for different takes on their films. But those two just haven't necessarily connected with me yet. So yeah. Ever met Rhys Ifans? Yes, I have met Rhys Ifans numerous times. I actually went to the same funeral as him one time, and I had a beer with him. That's how Welsh people know all Welsh people normally.
Do you know Tom Jones?
No, I've been in the same room as Tom Jones, but I've never personally like shaken his hand. But yeah, my granddad served him. My granddad used to own a pub, and like he's like told me Tom Jones stories, but I've always like not believed them half the time. So, yeah, they always say that they know Tom Jones, but they don't. And also Tom Jones,
Timothy Dalton.
I've seen him at a comic book convention, but never. But he's literally from like 20 minutes from my house, like down the coast. He's from Colwyn Bay. I've seen him in the convention. Do they still have Gatorade in the UK? I don't think we do Gatorade anymore. But
I've never had it.
Have you not?
No.
And Iron Brew, yeah, of course we have Iron Brew. It's like a Scottish staple.
I've never liked Iron Brew.
I quite like it. It reminds me of like going to a fish and chip shop when I was younger. Don't ask me why. Iron Brews is like this like orange soda. Well, it's not even orange. I didn't even know what's inside it, Eric, but it's like this orange carbonated drink, and it's like predominantly drank in Scotland. And made in Scotland, but it's like there's a specific taste, and not everybody likes it. But I personally do like it. That was a very random question, Daisuke. Mallory says, have you seen Tokyo Zombie 2005?
It was pretty good. It was Tadanobu Asano was in it. It was like a horror comedy, more of a comedy. It was kind of right. It was before the Asian countries got their act together with their zombie films, so it's nothing great, but it's pretty good.
What else do we have? Interestingly, I prefer Shoplifters over Parasite, also as well as Burning. I feel like that is. I've seen. It seems to be a bit of a not a trend, but a lot of people seem to be saying this. I kind of agree, but I don't agree at the same time. I don't know. Yeah. Anybody else want to comment on that? Or...
No,
It's competitive. I like them both.
Yeah.
All three of them.
Yeah. They're all like around the same kind of area for me.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Tokyo Zombie is great. Dead Sushi is a good one as well. My favorite comedy is With Nail and I. With Nail and I is fantastic. The cinema in the university where I'm based at, they show With Nail and I before Christmas every year. It's like a tradition around here. But With Nail and I is fantastic. Iron Brew. Oh, adverts. Hashtag funny. Hashtag snowman. What the hell? Iron Brew was like a sack of sugar in a can. God awful stuff. Looks like we're going for 5 hours now, guys. Oh my god, I don't even know. It's 20 past 12. I've been up since 7 o'clock this morning.
I've been up quite early as well. I've been busy at work.
Somebody asked a question about MPD Psycho. I do have a write-up for that actually done like 10 years ago, so I could probably do a video on it.
Amazing. Is that how you do your reviews? You write up and then...
Well, this one is kind of an exception because it's a MPD Psycho is a Takashi Miike miniseries that's like a brain teaser, and you have to take notes. So that one, like when I saw it originally, I had to take notes to like figure out what the heck was going on.
I've not seen it. I really need to check it out.
I liked it.
Wow.
Yeah, usually when I do a review, I have some notes on the screen because I don't like editing.
What else do we have? I enjoy Parasite. Oh, well, the other Parasite more than Parasite. Have you guys actually seen the other Parasite film?
Yeah, the Japanese science fiction film. Yeah.
It was good. I liked it. Not as good as the anime, though.
I've not seen the anime, though.
Yeah, the anime is really solid.
Kuckerberg says, don't get me wrong, Parasite was great, just not as great as Shoplifters or Burning. After my comment about Oshima's Boy, you may change your mind about Shoplifters, just saying. Okay. Daisuke is asking, do you sometimes watch films in the dubbed versions? God, no. That's sacrilegious to the language that the films are created in my humble opinion.
I only watch martial arts movies. Like when I say martial arts movies, really just the Shaw Brothers titles, because they were dubbed anyway. But I think there's something romantic about watching them in their dubbed states, because that's how I watched them when I was a kid. I don't know.
My two favorite English dubs are Riki-Oh. Riki-Oh is a good English dub. It's pretty hilarious. And a Japanese anime called Cyber City 080808, which is just so vulgar. It's hilarious.
I remember that film, yeah.
I just don't know. I just never do it. Like, obviously with subtitles, back in the day, you didn't really have a choice, but out of choice now, I just don't do it. Like I said last week with Platform, that Spanish horror film, like for some reason my Netflix put it on an English dub straight away, even though I knew it was a Spanish film. It's just absolutely bizarre, like when Netflix would do that automatically on that film. I just don't really get it. Yeah, it's really weird. Mello was asking, have you seen Mike Leigh's Nuts in May? No, it's a comedy from Mike Leigh that I've not seen. It's like 1976, right? I think. Not seen it yet. but I've seen most of Michael's movies. Burning should have won an Oscar instead of Parasite. Burning wasn't even nominated for an Oscar. It didn't fall in the right window, did it? Window category. That you?
My wife is cooking at this time of night. She's been baking a lot during the lockdown.
I love this Lash. This is great.
Yeah. Spontaneity of this. Yeah, Burning never. Yeah, it was weird that Burning never got nominated for an Oscar, but it was Shoplifters that got put in that year. Oh no, they're two different countries. Sorry.
No, Burning never got put in for.
South Korea.
It didn't. I don't think it got the. It got shortlisted for the Oscar for foreign language film, but Shoplifters did.
Yeah.
But obviously it lost to Roma.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you know.
Yeah. That situation was strange, wasn't it? What have we got? I sometimes watch Akira dub because it's so fast paced. Yes, I know it's sacrilege. It's each to their own, isn't it, really?
Each to their own, really, yeah.
The only thing that I saw that was so fast I couldn't watch with subtitles is the anime Fooly Cooly, because it's just so fast. I couldn't even watch it with subtitles. It was the screen was just filled with stuff going on. But that's the only time that I've ever experienced that.
What else we got? We've got subs over dubs, but old kung fu flicks sometimes get passed. I'll go dub just for the hilarious translations. Fair enough. We've got LOL. Dinner's ready. What is your wife baking, Huss?
Oh, I think she's doing tiger bread.
Nice.
I think it's Dutch bread.
Ooh,
yeah,
love bread.
Now that I've seen it, I'm surprised Portrait of Lady of Fire wasn't even put up for Best International Film this year. Yeah, I can't remember what French film got. Oh, is it Les Miserables? It was the French film that they put in for submission. The French Film Institute put Les Miserables it's an interesting film, but they thought a modern times film was going to be nominated. But obviously, I think a lot of people knew that Parasite was going to win, regardless of whatever the film was going to be put against it. That's the problem. I
heard somewhere that there was a submission issue with Portrait of the Lady on Fire, but I don't know what it could have been. I heard somebody mention that somewhere.
I'm not really sure, but yeah, because Les Miserables was shortlisted, wasn't it? It was in the last five. But that release has been delayed in the UK as well. But it's a decent film. It was scandalous that The Lighthouse and Hidden Life didn't get any Oscar nominations, save one for Lighthouse. Yeah, got for cinematography. That was the only nomination it received. But I thought it's one of the better one of Robert Pattinson's best performances, because I champion Robert Pattinson films. He's one of my favorite actors, except for Twilight, obviously. But yeah, I don't really get it. And Robert Eggers' script, everything about The Lighthouse is awards baity, but I think it's just the subject matter. And Hidden Life, I don't know, Terrence Malick just doesn't really get nominated for much these days anyway, even though Hidden Life is a return to form for him. So what else do we have? The English dub from Golden Boy anime series, super funny anime. Anybody seen Golden Boy?
Not seen it.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. It's a pretty good show.
What do you guys think of Juzo Itami?
I really like him. He did Tampopo and the Taxing Woman films, The Funeral. I'm looking at his Wikipedia. Those were all good.
Mm-hmm.
Tampopo makes me so hungry every time I watch it, though.
I know.
And he died. The director died under very unusual circumstances. He had some run-ins with the Yakuza, and he apparently committed suicide by jumping off a building, but it's very dodgy circumstances.
Oh, God.
But great director.
Daisuke is saying, Dion, I became aware of your channel when I found your review of the remake of Suspiria. Yeah, I think a lot of people found me after the Suspiria remake because I was at the world premiere in Venice for it, and that's like one of the highest viewed videos I ever had. So yeah, I still love Suspiria, the remake. I think it's actually quite good. Do you like it, Eric? Oh no.
Yeah, I liked it. It did its own thing, which is cool.
Yeah.
But again, a lot of horror films nowadays like to drain color out of films. So I thought like a Suspiria remake, this is the perfect opportunity to go haywire with the color, and it was just my own expectation.
Desaturate it completely. Yeah.
But it was good.
I think that we went to the press conference for that, and then somebody asked that question to Luca Guadagnino, and he just said that he felt like if he was going to go down the color road, people would just say that he's just imitating Dario Argento. Like that was just like a straight. That was a straightforward answer to it.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, but that's the thing with Argento, with Guadagnino. He'll tell you as it is, really. But yeah, no, I love the ending. Like the whole the ceremony down in the basement is just like crazy.
Were you one of the first to review that?
Yeah,
because I know you were one of the first to review Joker.
Yeah,
on the whole platform.
Yeah. I do like. Obviously, I don't go to film festivals just to get like views. I go there. I go there to like network, and obviously, like I don't get paid with YouTube. I get paid to do written or radio for the BBC. So like that's where my money's at. I just do the video reviews just to like get more people knowing like what's coming out. I think it works better that way because like on my channel now you'll see like some films that still don't have release dates, but I've seen like 18 months ago now or like a year ago. It's crazy. But
yeah, I'm the same. Like when I was at the film festival last year, I saw Wet Season. Have you seen that, Erik?
No, I don't think so. No.
From the director of Ilo Ilo.
Oh, okay. I think Yuasa, is that his name? Masaki Yuasa? Is it an animated film?
Oh, it's Taiwanese. I was one of the first to review that. I didn't realize that till Anthony Chen. That's it.
Oh.
And all of a sudden, I looked one day and I was like getting 4,000 views in 1 week, which is like something I never did. And I'm thinking, why is anyone watching? And I'm looking, just that film, my review on that film. It was one of my favorite films of last year. I really recommend it. Probably the best female performance in Asia last year. Yo Yan. I think she had one of the best performances. Yeah, but yeah, it's the festivals is just awesome. If you to get to see these films before anyone else has reviewed it, so you've got like a fresh idea of it. I mean, I want everyone to like, for instance, I want everyone to see it so I could get other people's thoughts because I could end up having a completely opposite opinion of someone. Yeah, I mean your review of Simon Lang's Days. I was looking forward to seeing that Days.
Yeah.
No one else is reviewing it.
Well, except for you.
Yeah.
What else have we got? What do you guys think of Malena, the Italian movie from 2000? I've never seen Malena. Italian cinema is something, except for like Giallo, I'm not very good at.
It's from the director of Cinema Paradiso.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Monica Bellucci, yes, Monica Bellucci, indeed. Are you looking forward to the Uzumaki anime? Anybody?
I really like the movie. The movie's kind of divisive, but if they adapt some of the other parts of the manga, I'll watch the anime.
Daisuke is asking, do you watch a film at a film festival and the atmosphere and event feeling affect how you end up feeling about the film, or not really? At the beginning, it's always exciting when you end up at the film festivals because you're just like, wow, I'm going to go see this, this, and this. Like, yeah, last year, the first 2 films I watched at Venice was Ad Astra and Marriage Story. And like, they were 2 instant films that I really liked. But no, I don't think the atmosphere like changes my opinion sometimes. I think like with the Joker, maybe I went a bit OTT with my critique of it. I still like the film. Like the discourse that came after it was completely different to the atmosphere that was in Venice. Like when we went out with the press screening of that, like everybody's like, Joaquin Phoenix has won Best Actor in the Oscars already. Like everybody just knew instantly like that was the big effect of it. But like that's been like one of the most toxic like situations I've had to deal with recently is that review in general. Like the one that I had to publish online on the site, we had to disable the comments because people were just being really cynical of what I was saying. So yeah, that's the only time where it's gone a bit sour. But yeah, sometimes, don't get me wrong, you do rate films really oddly to compare to how you'd rate it. Or also in a festival because you watch maybe like 4 or 5 films a day and then you need to go home and write. It's really draining. Like it's actually a lot more time consuming than you think. But yeah, because like most festivals, I finish after 2 weeks. I'm there for like what 2 weeks. I've seen about 25 movies, all brand new, and most of them I will review them either via YouTube, radio, or written. So yeah, it's a lot of work, but it's fun. Like I love it. Like festival season. Obviously, I don't know if I'm gonna have a festival season this year, but we'll see. Anyway, Takashi Miike's Dead or Alive ending was the craziest thing. It is a crazy ending.
The beginning's crazy
start
too.
as well. Crazy start, crazy ending.
Yeah. Oh my god. What are some giallo films you'd recommend? I think Erik is the best to begin on this one.
I like 2 from Fulci a lot. I like Don't Torture a Duckling and The Lizard in a Woman's Skin a lot. Obviously some Tenebra from Argento is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole bunch of other ones that come into like House with Laughing Windows I liked, and then The Most Attractive Woman Ever, Edvig Fenech, Your Vice's Locked Room, and Only I Have the Key. Jali have great titles, man.
They do. They really do. Like that's the good thing about like all these like boutique lines now. They're bringing some good giallos out. Like there's a lot more Fulci coming out than I'd ever imagine. In all honesty, like there's like a horror festival in Wales. They do a lot of giallos there. It's always like interesting to see how many people actually come out to still watch giallo on the cinema. Like even like Suspiria, which is like prime like Italian horror. Like I've seen that in the cinema like 3-4 times. I love just going to listen to the score, the Goblin score, and that like full blown like audio. Oh, it's magical. Going through how are you guys doing now? I'm getting pretty tired, in all honesty. Maybe we'll cut this in a minute. We'll do the last few questions. I think
Eric's fresh. Look at him.
I know.
I'm at the point now where it's just like I just want to. It's almost like
you need to.
You just want to see how crazy and long it goes.
We never had this with pieces of work, did we? I mean, everyone was so polite in the chat section. This, it's just.
They got a little pithy, but.
I think everybody's just like. I think everyone just wants to talk about movies and stuff. That's the thing, is that like your day to day now is just so like. You just hear so much crap about, pandemics and everything. It's just a nice, it's form of escapism, isn't it? Tom is asking, do you think Bad Times at El Royale deserved Oscar recognition? I think Cynthia Erivo deserved a nomination for a supporting actress role. No, not. I think I really like the screenplay, but yeah, I've kind of forgotten about Bad Times at El Royale, really, unfortunately. Even though I did like it quite a bit, I really should revisit. But have you guys seen it?
Yeah, I saw it on Sky.
Yeah. I did not.
It's decent, but yeah. What else have we got? Any giallo featuring Edwig Fenech? is worth your time. I love Strange Vice of Mrs. Wad. Not seen
Another
that
good
one.
Yeah.
Deep Red, obviously, Amazing Jello. Yes, it is. Erik, are those candles in the background or Christmas lights and the Godzilla set?
Yeah, they're Christmas lights, Godzilla set, the James Bond 50 set I got the other week. And I got Lone Wolf and Cub and Ring.
Nice.
Nice.
Love it. That definitely when I go to Japan, I'm buying some like proper Godzilla action figures because I really want a Ghidorah in my house.
They have a little Godzilla shop. It's very small though. I think it's in Shinjuku if I remember correctly. And I got some picture books of Biolante and the Smog Monster.
Oh really? Oh man. I can't wait to go to Japan. Like my suitcase, I'm not even taking clothes with me. I'm just taking my suitcase with the clothes I've got on and just buying everything. Like I cannot wait to go to the Ghibli store in it. Oh yeah, oh man. It was made. If it was made, say 10 years ago, Bellucci would have been perfect for Wonder Woman 3 vote. Interesting. I think 10 years ago they were thinking about Kobe Smulders for Wonder Woman. She was like one of the original choices. New Bond set is better. I've not seen the new James Bond Blu-ray set yet.
I got that because it was cheap. I got it cheap on eBay.
Yeah, the Bond set's always like once they upgrade it, like it's always cheaper, isn't it? What is your favorite Hong Sang-soo film? Hard question.
I would say Virgin Strip Bear.
That would be my choice too.
On the Beach at Night Alone for me. I don't know.
I like Oki's movie too.
I've not seen that one yet. I really need to find that one. What else have we got? I have a Baby Godzilla and it's awesome. Okay, you have Baby Godzilla. Okay. House on the Edge of the Park is sleazy as hell. Love it. Best Deodato after Cannibal Holocaust. Not seen that one either. Have you seen that one, Erik?
House at the Edge of the Park?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one.
No, it rings a bell though.
Yeah.
Where are we? Have you seen the clip of Godzilla fighting the Wolfman Kaiju? It is awesome. I think I've seen that one before.
Isn't it? Well, what's the name of that kaiju? Is it? It's not called Wolfman. It's the one that's like half dog, half lizard. Oh,
King Caesar?
I think it is King Caesar. Yeah.
King Caesar.
Daisuke says, Pussy and Erik, when this war crisis is over, we must go for drinks in Roku, Tokyo. What are your drinks of choice? Oh my god.
Japanese whiskey. Daisuke's treat.
Yeah.
Japanese. Oh, nice.
I've got a bottle of Nika which I bought not long ago. It's so easy to drink.
Did you buy it from the Japan Center?
No, I bought it from Whole Foods.
Oh.
I've got 2 bottles of Hibiki. I think it's a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old, and I started drinking them, but I just won't touch them now because they don't produce it anymore.
I'm opening one when this is over. I'm opening one. I have a few, and it will be opened when this nonsense is over.
Yeah.
My drink. I do not honestly. I'm really basic. I'll drink a decent lager, like even like Asahi, nice Japanese lager. I like that one quite. But yeah, happy days. Did Hong Sang-soo films feel like Erik Ramez? Yes, I can see what you mean by that, but sometimes I find Hong Sang-soo's films are a bit more engaging than Ramez. I don't necessarily like all of Ramez's films, but I see the similarities. I definitely agree with that one. House on the Edge features the late David Hess of Last House on the Left fame and Hitchhike. Amazing. And then going through, he's asking about how are the remakes. Okay. Right. Okay. Does anybody have any more questions before we leave this? Because this has been a lot longer than I anticipated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's getting longer and longer every week.
This one was my fault because I kind of egged you guys on to keep going.
It's because it's like 6 o'clock. No, it's coming up to 7. You know, isn't it?
7:44 for me.
Oh wow!
After this, I'm watching some movies.
Oh man, Daisuke's leaving. Thank you very much for joining, Daisuke. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Daisuke. We have to do this again.
Oyasumi nasai.
Yes. What else have we got? Going through, I have about 10 more questions. You always, oh man.
No, you don't.
No, not today, my friend.
Save it for next week.
Yeah. Razorwire says, just don't get me on, and I'll keep it going for half a day. Oh man, I don't even think I could do a 6-hour stream. I can't believe this is like 4 hours and 45 minutes. That's crazy. Okay then. So, do you want to clock us out, host?
Yeah, so thanks very much, everyone. Thank you to Dion. Thank you to Erik. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
Yes.
Dion, we'll be doing it next week with Dion. See what happens, but I'm definitely gonna get Erik back on.
Hell yes.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Before this lockdown is done.
We got 4 hours and 45 minutes. Next time we'll do 4 hours and 46 minutes.
Oh,
We'll start earlier.
Gung Fu's asking for a shout out. Shout out to Gung Fu for being the king. My friend, you have provided a lot of comedy tonight.
Yeah.
King of profanity. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. We'll say goodbye to everybody, and we'll say bye to the other one. And
yeah. Take it easy, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Good.